Oh, for fuck's sake. Hi, Dean. I have started the live stream event because people are ringing up wanting the link. And also we have to get some bits of paper printed out with the link on them to give to people outside the old venue where people were going to come. Full stop. So I can't wait until 3 o'clock to go live. Full stop. That was never going to be a goer. Full stop. Please can you send me the link so I can get it out to everybody? So let me just go down and have a look and see if I can flick over a slide or two. Oh, it's good, it's working. Okay, everybody, it's 3:30, 3rd of August 2023, and we are in Auckland. So let's get rocking and rolling with this seminar. We're going to be talking about lots of things today, particularly the Treaty of Waitangi, so we'll have a break every hour. But I have to tell you to start with what we're dealing with here. So this is a Stop Co-Governance seminar, obviously, and that's what we're talking about this afternoon. So I want you to just take a note of that mobile number, because we need you to sign up to our blog, my blog, which I keep in contact with everybody with every day. I send out a blog every day, and I keep in contact with the thousands of people who are involved in this initiative. Okay, so please take a note of that. Just note that number down on a bit of paper, or take a photo of it, and then we're good to go. Now, if you've got one of my booklets with you, just open to the back page, and on the inside back cover, you'll see there is a QR code right there like that, where I put that red square. So please open the book you were gifted to the inside back page. Notice the QR code on the bottom left-hand corner. Scan that with your phone. If you scan it, this will open my book as a flip book online. So you can have an online version of this book, that little booklet. And there are hyperlinks throughout the book. A hyperlink is when you click on the word and it opens up to another big document or several documents or whatever. So what that means is this will enable you to receive more in-depth information about a host of topics, such as the $55 million Public Interest Journalism Fund, the Littlewood Draft, Hey Pua, and so on. So yeah, I hope you get on and have a look at the online version, because it's very, very powerful. The little booklet that we've been giving out, which has 350,000 copies we've printed now, and they've just about all gone out. That has been hugely well received by New Zealanders, and it's going out at a rate of about, I don't know, being delivered about 20,000 a week. If you divide that by the amount of time that we've been going, and 350,000, that's about what it is. So there you go. All right, it has virtually everything in the book. Okay, so we have a Telegram channel, and if you go into Telegram, this means that we can keep communicating with each other, and we can keep in contact with friends and people all over the country that can talk to each other, and that's been very, very effective and very, very good. Okay, so here's Mr. Hipkins, our Prime Minister, and here's Mr. Luxon, our Leader of the Opposition. Today we're being obedient to the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition. Well, why? Because they both exhorted New Zealanders to discuss co-governance. And let's hear them saying that.
Come over here.
Prime Minister, co-governance came up again at Rāwhine yesterday. You've spoken about confusion about what the term means, and the others are misinterpreting it to raise fear. Does the government have some responsibility for that, for not explaining it properly, and what will you do to address that?
Look, as I said yesterday, co-governance can mean different things in different situations. We should have a mature discussion about it, not one that's informed by bumper sticker slogans. We should make sure that we're informing New Zealanders what we're doing and why we're doing it. As I indicated yesterday, the last National Government entered a multitude of co-governance arrangements during their time in office. And in fact, some of the co-governance, or some of the examples put forward by the National Party yesterday of initiatives that they support have elements of co-governance within them. So if we think about, kura kaupapa, for example, the wānanga, even whanaora, there's elements of co-governance within that.
Okay, so my take on that is Mr. Hipkins is not telling the truth, because he knows exactly what co-governance is. Co-governance is the elite Māori takeover of New Zealand, and he's not saying that, because if he did say that, there'd be civil unrest and there'd be civil disobedience, and there would be an uprising in New Zealand, because government's done its best to hide all this from the New Zealand public over the last few decades, and we have a big problem. So Mr. Hipkins tries to muddy the waters by saying, oh, it's sort of National's fault. They've started it. They started putting co-governance arrangements before we got here, he's saying, and then we should have a mature discussion. Well, he doesn't have any discussion about it. This is the last time he's discussed it in any kind of detail. That's the most we've had out of him in the last 6 months. And he generally is just spinning a lot of spin, because he doesn't want people to know what it's really all about, because for the reasons I've just described. So let's hear what, by the way, when Jacinda Ardern came to power, Co-governance already existed. There were some co-governance arrangements, he's right, that National put in place. And I'm hoping like crazy that National is going to expunge co-governance, not tinker just rearranging the deck chairs. So we have to put pressure on Mr. Luxon to get rid of co-governance completely. But let's hear what he has to say about this, Mr. Luxon.
Co-governance has been messily handled and explained by this government because they haven't been upfront on such a big constitutional issue. They haven't taken people with them, and as a consequence, become increasingly divisive across New Zealand.
What do you mean by the conversation has been immature around co-governance?
Well, it has been. It's been immature and divisive because essentially the Prime Minister hasn't come forward, spent her huge political capital making the case to the New Zealand people and taking them with her on it, and then having a decent debate and discussion about it. We've been calling for a decent discussion about it.
Okay, so my take on that with Mr. Luxon is that I have a bit of a problem with all of that he said, because he's basically saying that there's nothing wrong with co-governance, it just hasn't been explained properly. And if Ms. Ardern had explained it properly, everything would be okay. Well, is that true? No, it's not, because co-governance is fundamentally wrong. It's like cancer, and explaining cancer does not make it any better. No matter how well you explain cancer, if you've got cancer, it does not make it better. The cancer is the problem, not the explanation. So I've got a real problem with Mr. Luxon, with what he just said there. And so we have to get the National Party to move into a position where they get rid of co-governance completely. At the moment, Mr. Luxon's saying he's for co-governance for natural resources, the rivers, lakes, mountains, the oceans, and so on. And he says he's against co-governance with respect to social services like hospitals and so on. And so he's going to just keep the cancer going in a limited way. I guess you could say that he's going to take the accelerator off co-governance, but he's still going to have it on the accelerator, but it's just going to not push it down so much. And that's a real problem as well. So I've used this war here, this word war, to describe what's happening in New Zealand. And if you, a lot of people have, or some people have said to me, I shouldn't use a word like that, it's not politically correct, it's sort of like not very PC and not very good to use a word like that. But I have tried to use other words like conflict, New Zealand's in a conflict, or I've had to use disagreement, New Zealand's in disagreeing over things. But none of them really fit. None of those kind of other explanations fit what's really going on. And in English, if you choose a word that fits reality perfectly, then you should use that word. That's what English is about. Use the right word to describe the right reality. And the reality is that New Zealand is at war. So I'm sticking with this word. So I want to talk about this word. The Encyclopedia Britannica defines the word war like this. It says war, in the popular sense, is a conflict between political groups. Now, in New Zealand, we have people who are really for co-governance. That's not me. I'm dead against it. And we have people like me who are dead against it. And so we have two different political groups at war with each other. We're fighting for democracy. Democracy has finished in New Zealand. As soon as we started appointing Maori to wards and anybody to positions in councils or central government or anywhere where they should have been elected but they were just appointed, that's the end of democracy. When we started treating people unequally, that was the end of democracy. When one racial group is getting favours and handouts that no other racial group is getting, that's the end of democracy, because the treaty taught equality, that all the 160 cultures were supposed to be being treated equally in New Zealand, and they're not. And so democracy has finished in New Zealand because people are not being treated equally. We don't have one law for all. We don't have one person, one vote. These are all central tenets of democracy, and they've all gone. So our democracy is in tatters. We're fighting for one law for all, and that's really important because that's obviously, like I've said, is one of the tenets of democracy, but it's gone because we have a certain law for some people and not the same law for other people. I'm talking about Maori. And I've seen it in our meetings where the police are hard on Europeans, very easy on Maori. And in some of our meetings, we have the police giving the protesters a hongi and hugging them. We never get a hug. We're the good guys. Protesters are the bad guys. And so there's not one law for all now in New Zealand. We're fighting for one person, one vote, and all votes of equal value. That's gone. we're fighting for free speech. Well, you know that that's gone. That's one of the big ones. And the Free Speech Union is fighting for that, and we're fighting for that. And we're now doing live streaming from all sorts of different locations all over this country because we cannot have free speech. The people who want to come and hear me speak have been stopped from doing so. That's the end of free speech. I've been barred from saying what I want to say to that audience. That's the end of free speech. And it seems like the authorities, the police, government, they're not kind of worried about that at all. The only people who are allowed to speak in New Zealand are the people who are in line with the government narrative. And that's not free speech. That's called dictatorship. And so we are living in a dictatorship where free speech has gone. In this war, we've discovered it involves hostilities. We've had all kinds of things broken, smashed. We've had laptops, we've had data projectors broken. We've had all kinds of things. We've had violence of all manner going on at our meetings. And by the way, we're not the people who are violent. We're the peaceful people. None of the people who come into my meetings are violent. It's only the people, the protesters, who are violent. And so that's the hostilities we faced. And also the media is violent in a different kind of way. Not in terms of pushing and shoving, but in their misreporting of events, their maligning of who we are, what we're doing, what we're about. And of course, they're paid to do that through the $55 million public interest journalism fund, which I'll talk about shortly. It involves duration. This has been going on, excuse me, since 1975, when the Treaty of Waitangi Act was passed. And from the moment that act was passed, we started to have problems. And there has been a series of politicians who have really done New Zealand a huge disservice between 1975 and now, which has led to the situation that we are in. And so it has magnitude. It's affecting the whole country and will affect the whole country if this continues. I've said that New Zealand is like all of us, everybody, the 5 million of us, we're all on a bus. The bus is being driven by elite iwi, and it's heading for the edge of a cliff. And if this bus goes over, it is unsurvivable. New Zealand will never be the same again. So we have a little window of opportunity to stop this bus from going over the cliff. I'm totally against all physical violence. I always have been, and I always will be. I have said that I will never be supporting any kind of physical violence, because this is a political war. It's not a war fought with guns and tanks and planes and bullets and knives and bullying and intimidation. That's not our style at all. It's a war of words and ideas. The only weapons I will ever use are my brain, my mouth, and my pen. And there is no need to use anything else, because those three are very, very powerful, especially in combination. They are extremely powerful. So I don't need to use violence, and I will never use violence. And that's the way it is. The person who said that the pen is more powerful than the sword, was this guy, is mightier than the sword. It was English author and playwright Edward Bulwer Lytton, 1839. And this is my personal belief as well. So, who are the parties in this war? Because when you have a war, people take sides, don't they? In the Second World War, Britain had France and America and other countries, and Germany had Italy, and it had Japan. And so people take sides. Well, who are the parties in this war? We need to know. It's a war led by tribal representatives, private tribal companies, or elite Maori to take over New Zealand. Sometimes they're called treatyists. They have different names. Elite Maori or treatyist are a distinct group. There may be 1,000 in number. I have a lovely Maori man who travels with me occasionally. His name is Fred. He's lovely. And he says, oh no, there's more than 1,000. It's probably 10,000. Anyway, well, let's say there's 1,000. They do not represent all Maori or the vast majority of Kiwis. I have friends who are Maori, and they don't want co-governance. There are many, many, many Maori who are against co-governance. I'm telling you. Even significant leaders are against co-governance. Now, they won't come out and say that because they don't want to be bullied. They don't want to be intimidated. But they are against it. Tribal leaders are feathering their own nest to further their own self-interest. I was just pulling out of a car park in Timaru not long ago, and my car is all signed with Stop Co-Governance all over it. And a Maori man about 55 knocked on the window, and I wound it down, and he said, "I'm totally with you." I said, "Do you want to explain that?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "I'm sick of seeing elite Maori leaders driving around in the latest Range Rovers with white leather seats, wearing beautiful silk suits and lovely shoes." And he says, "You want to see where I'm living? You want to see what my kids are eating and what clothes they've got on?" And he said, "Where's all the money going that they've been given? Billions of dollars." And of course, that's one of the major issues. And he's right. So, if they are not stopped, New Zealand is headed to becoming the Zimbabwe of the South Pacific. Now, recently, the New Zealand Herald produced a survey of countries in the world, and Zimbabwe was rated the most miserable country in the world. Well, we're heading that direction with the way we're going now. So, who else is helping elite Maori in this war? Because there are many allies that elite Maori have, and one of the biggest ones is the media. So let me just explain how the media are helping the takeover of this country. You'll remember, or you've heard of, the $55 million Public Interest Journalism Fund. It's called the Titiriti Framework for News Media. Well, what happened was when COVID hit New Zealand, media agencies really struggled. They had no business, but they had ongoings like power and leases, and they had wages. And so by the time COVID finished, they were in debt, and many of them were ready to hit the wall financially. So the government came up with this evil scheme, this dark scheme, this corrupt scheme, and they thought we could capture the media in New Zealand, and we'll give them some money to get them out of debt, help them through, but they have to sign a contract with us to say certain things and to attack certain things and to promote certain things. So what are those things that they had to promote and or attack? Well, these are the actual words from page 3 of the contract media outlets must sign if they want money. Now, most media outlets in New Zealand have signed up to this, and so they are in a contractual relationship with the government with respect to media and what they're allowed to print and what they've got to say. So that it's called the Public Interest Journalism Fund. It says must achieve all of these things. It must actively promote the principles of partnership. It must acknowledge Maori as a Titiriti partner. Now, you could say that those two are saying that if you signed up to this fund, then you have to, through your TV station, your radio station, or your newspaper, you have to say that Maori and the Crown are in partnership through the treaty. Number 3 says participation and active protection under Titiriti o Waitangi, which means that if somebody rises up like Julian Batchelor or somebody else and they say no, there are no principles in the treaty, and no, Maori are not in partnership with the Crown via the treaty, then you must attack them. If you've got a newspaper, a TV station, or a radio station, you must attack anybody who attacks those 1 and 2. The contract further states Maori have never ceded sovereignty to Britain or to any other state. You must start saying that through your TV station, your radio station. Even if you don't believe it, you've still got to say it. Even if it's not true, you've still got to say it. This means our society has a foundation of institutional racism. You must start saying that as well. We live in a society that perpetuates racism and inequities. You must start promoting that and broadcasting that. And you will have all have seen that. And in response, many more Maori organisations and networks are decolonising. So that another thing is that colonisation was bad, and we must get rid of it. So that's why you see trees being chopped down in Auckland and certain places, like oak trees that are 200 years old, because they are reminders of colonisation, according to the activists, and they've got to go. So all the memories, all the signs of colonialism must go. Well, I would say if you want to take all the evidence of colonialism out, then get rid of the roads, get rid of the hospitals, get rid of the schools, get rid of medicine, get rid of electricity, get rid of cars, newspapers, computers, tablets, cell phones, anything. All of this thing, everything we have in our society, virtually everything, has come as a result of colonialism. So we have some problems there anyway with that whole idea. Well, here is a media report This, because I wanted to show you, give you some proof of how elite Māori are working with the media, or a media are working with elite Māori, but I want you to watch this and how the media report is manipulated to create an alarming impression. Now, this was on TV3. I've been on Television 3 and TV1 quite a bit, and this was when we were running a seminar, an event in Orewa, which is just north of Auckland. Now, we had a couple of hundred people turn up, and we were all peaceful and ready to get into it. We paid for the building. But unfortunately, in the early days, we used to run public events. That meant anybody can come into the building. Well, that was a big mistake. But anyway, that's how it was. And we just got going, and then 50 protesters came into the building, and they were singing, and a guy came up the middle doing a haka and confronting me. And then the protesters started going amongst the crowd with their phones, poking their cell phones in people's faces, and generally intimidating and bullying, and then singing and everything. And so that it was very hard to run the seminar because of the noise and of all the interruptions. Well, the star of this little newspaper, this television item is Michaela Matanga. She's a Maori activist, and you'll see her in a minute. And the TV glorifies her, makes her out to be a butter wouldn't melt in your mouth, little Maori lady. And you'll see that she was far from that. She was actually the opposite of that. And I'll tell you about her in a minute. The media are collaborating with her. So let's just go and watch this footage. Now notice when this TV presenter starts presenting, she says that the meeting didn't get violent, but, and then she says there are 42, the way she says it. Like, oh my goodness, this is horrific. There's 42 of these events planned. We've now done about 50 something already, and there's a whole lot more planned. So let's just watch this together, and I'll do a little commentary as we go.
Scenes in the North Auckland township of Orewa last night, with police having to separate protesters from attendees. The meeting didn't get violent, but comes at a time when the term co-governance is controversial, and there are still 42 more events planned. Tia McDougall reports.
Chanting no in the faces of Māori protesters. No! Supporters of the anti-co-governance roadshow didn't hold back when confronted by those opposing the meeting. The roadshow is organised by this man, Julian Batchelor, who wants to spread his stance on co-governance.
It's illegal. It's based on a fraudulent interpretation of the Treaty of Waitangi.
However, he's often met with protesters. Yesterday's were from local iwi Ngātu Manuhiri and members of the Te Herenga Waka o Orewa Marae.
The protesters don't know what a racist is, and they don't know what the Treaty of Waitangi is.
From being there, I could tell that the attendees were fearful and they were worried and they were misinformed.
I didn't expect it to be what it was. There was about 20 to 30 police officers there.
Authorities kept the peace, but insults were still exchanged.
He said, what was it? Horrible. You're horrible. And then he followed up by saying, and you probably stink as well.
Okay.
Now you can see that this lady says, Michaela Matanga, she said, well, the people were worried. She said, I could tell they were worried and they were fearful and they were misinformed. She said 3 things, didn't she? Well, the reason they were fearful was because of the protesters. Everything was peaceful until the protesters stormed the building. They were worried, and that's because of the protesters as well. And she says they were misinformed. Well, how would she know? Because we had a camera in that whole conference, and we got footage of her going around systematically ripping up all the books in our meeting. That we put books on seats for people to have as free gifts. Well, she went round and she was looking for books, and she found books on tables and books on chairs, and she was just going around destroying them all. So this is not how the way this is being reported is not how it actually was. So let's just keep watching this to see how it pans out.
Could you describe the behaviour of some of your supporters?
Oh, my supporters were fantastic. They were amazing. Sometimes they're a little bit conservative.
But supporters are not enough. Batchelor wants his message known at the Beehive.
I've had political parties talk to me. I'm not prepared to say who they are. I'm trying to get 100,000 people to the Auckland Domain just before the election to send that message to all the political parties.
A message to end co-governance. It's a touchy subject for some politicians, but not all.
We've been really clear that actually not just co-governance, but tino rangatiratanga for Māori and iwi and hapu is of benefit to all of us as a founding kaupapa of this country.
For now, there are 42 more events planned on the roadshow. Supporters, protesters and police likely preparing to be at all of them. Tia McDougall, News Hub.
Okay, so what we have here is this is Michaela Matanga, and that was taken at our event. She was communicating with somebody there, not sure. Anyway, and this is the actual footage. I'm going to turn the sound off on this because it was so noisy. This is her and what she was doing inside that meeting. So she was going around, there she is, picking up books. Now, we used to put the books in an envelope, little tiny envelope for people to get hold of. And she starts to rip them up. And there she is, ripping all the envelopes up and with the books inside. And then the good guy comes along. This is the guy who said, "You're horrible and you probably stink as well." He tries to stop her. And there's a policeman right there. He's just watching. He does nothing. And here she does. She goes to the side of the room and she takes my book, and there you go. She starts ripping it up. And so that's what she was actually up to in the meeting, and we got that all on our camera. Okay. So these are the kinds of issues that we are facing with what we're doing. So when you watch TV now, it's lights, camera, fiction. We know that the media is completely dishonest, and they are following the government narrative. This is one that I really love. If you don't stop lying, you're going to grow up to be a reporter for News Hub. And that's pretty much how it is. Okay, so my big question to all Maori is this: where are all the Maori who will defend the right to free speech? So when we have Maori outside our buildings and Maori trying to shut down our buildings and giving death threats and threats to burn down buildings, where are all the Maori who will say, "Hey, now wait a minute, these guys have a right to free speech, we should let them speak because that's part of democracy"? Where are they all? I want to know. That's a good question. Why are they not stepping up to condemn the appalling behaviour of their own people? Because many Maori have come to me privately to say they're ashamed of the protesters and their shocking behaviour. They say they're a blight on Maoridom. The Maori in New Zealand who will defend the right to free speech, and there are many who've been coming to me, say there's no place in New Zealand for bullying, intimidation, harassment, and denying other people their right to free speech. There are many Maori who are against co-governance. The reason they don't go public with their views, well, they too will be intimidated and bullied by the shameful thugs, their own people. Well, welcome to co-governance and tikanga, because that's how Maori culture works. If you poke your head up above the parapet or you come outside the group, then you get bullied and intimidated until you come back inside the group, and then you'll be okay. So there's kind of a group think thing happening, and if you come outside of the group, you will be attacked by these thugs. Okay. Who else is helping elite Maori in this war to take over New Zealand? We've had the media. What about history-ignorant politicians? Well, they're a huge problem, because between 1975 and 2023, there have been a line of politicians of all sides and colours of this political spectrum. We've had Labour MPs. Bill Rowling was the Prime Minister at the time, who passed the Treaty of Waitangi Act, and then you had David Lange, who made some big mistakes, and then there was Doug Graham, National, and then there was Geoffrey Palmer, Labour, and then there was Chris Finlayson, the worst of all, National, and then there was John Key, National. And so this is not just one political party that's created this situation. It is a whole lot of politicians who are history ignorant, don't know anything about history, who have just passed laws and legislation that have created the situation we now have. This guy is one of the worst. His name is Kieran McAnulty. He's a Labour Party cabinet minister, and in this interview he's talking about Three Waters, and you should see what he says, because he's one of the great breaches of the treaty. He's breaching the treaty all over the place, and all the protesters should be outside his office saying, "Racist, you're spreading apartheid, you're creating division, you're creating a separatism, and so on," but they're not. They're not outside his office. Why? Because of the $55 million public interest journalism fund. They're paid not to be.
But from the perspective of ratepayers, do you accept this model is not strictly a one-person, one-vote model?
Yes. The proportion of mana whenua is higher than the proportion of the population.
Do you accept that that is not a strictly democratic model?
There are provisions in our laws around the treaty that aren't democratic. co-governance of the Wanganui and Waikato River, for example. There are provisions that we have in this country that wouldn't stand up to a purely academic democratic framework. But that's not how we work in New Zealand. We recognise that this country was founded on a treaty that gives Māori particular rights and interest in certain things. And what we're proposing here, we believe, recognises that and complies with what previous court rulings have been. We've moved a long way as a country. It's a journey that we're still part way through. But recognising that the democratic system of this country was based on a promise, on a contract, I think that it's on the Crown to observe those obligations and commitments that it made.
Okay, so what I did was I analysed Mr. McAnulty in his speech, and in 1 minute and 9 seconds, he breaches the treaty in 6 ways. So he's a treaty breacher. How so? Well, I'm just going to explain. Treaty breach number 1, he says the proportion of mana whenua on councils or on these water entities that have been set up for Three Waters is higher than the general population. Well, just because this is so does not make it right. No, the treaty guarantees all New Zealanders equality. If people want to be a city councillor or voted on to, or on a water body, they must be voted on. They cannot be appointed. As soon as you appoint people to positions of power for assets owned by the public, then you have moved from democracy to dictatorship, nothing less. Treaty breach number 2, he says there are provisions in our laws that are not democratic. Oh, really? He's saying that that's fine. That's because Labour is passing laws right, left and centre, and they don't think, laws that are undemocratic, and they don't think there's any problem with that. Well, I say just because undemocratic laws or bad laws exist does not make them right. Bad law must be repealed to restore democracy, to restore treaty obligations. The treaty has an obligation, those who are working with the treaty, to make sure all Kiwis are treated equally. Treaty breach number 3, he says our country was founded on a treaty which gives Maori particular rights and interest in certain things. No, absolutely wrong. Exactly the opposite. Maori ceded sovereignty in the treaty and became British citizens. That means everybody is equal. Nobody is to have special handouts. Nobody is to have special gifts and special conditions that nobody else has. When Maori were given $845 million in the latest budget, well, I ask, why didn't the Chinese get that? What about the Filipinos? What about the Indians? What about all the other cultures in New Zealand? Where was their handout? No, it only went to Maori. That's wrong. The treaty guarantees equal rights for all. No group is to have special rights under the treaty. Remember when the floods hit Gisborne and Maori were given $25 million, nobody else was, and it was just a special right, a special gift for Maori only. That is apartheid. That's South Africa. But this is New Zealand. We're not South Africa. But where are all the people in New Zealand complaining about this? Why weren't the media all over this? Well, the reason they weren't is because of the $55 million Public Interest Journalism Fund. They are paid to keep quiet about treaty breaches and breaches of the treaty. The next breach is breach number 4. He says there are provisions which we have in this country which would not stand up to a strictly academic democratic framework. He says that's not how we work in this country. Oh, really, Mr. McAnulty? He says that's how we don't work. In other words, that's how Labour doesn't work, because the Labour Party is very good at working with an undemocratic framework, tweaking democracy, changing democracy. Like I said at the beginning, as soon as you change democracy, as soon as you move off to democracy, even 1 degree, you've lost democracy. Wrong. The British established democratic government in New Zealand via the treaty. Any talk of any other form of government is a breach of the treaty. You remember in the 1860s when the Kingitanga movements sprung up and the government said this is treason because they were wanting to establish another government in New Zealand, and the British government at that time in the 1860s said that's treason, and they warned the Kingitanga movement saying you can't set up a separate government. You agreed to be British citizens and therefore come under British law, and British law does not allow treason. It does not allow 2 governments in a country because you ceded sovereignty. You gave that right to the British to be governed. Well, they gave them 3 warnings. They said no. Kingitanga said no, we don't care what you're saying. So the government said, well, we're going to come in and we're going to confiscate your land. We're going to put down this treason, this rebellion, and we're going to take land off you to pay for the cost of putting down the rebellion, which they did. And so it's the same today, because we have elite Maori saying they want to form their own government. In fact, they want to take over the country, and that's treason too. Why isn't the government stepping in to stop this? Well, the government's actually the one pushing it. Why isn't the media all over it? $55 million public interest journalism fund. Here's the next breach, breach number 5. What we are doing, he says, complies with what previous court rulings have been. Well, that's interesting, because if you've read the treaty, it's very, very simple. Even a 10-year-old child could read it and understand it. It's not complicated whatsoever. But governments have gone ahead and said, let's get some judges in to make rulings on the treaty. And of course, all they're wanting to do is get the judges to get some more milk out of the cow, see if we can get a new angle on the treaty to give elite Maori more money and more assets belonging to all New Zealanders. And so that's what they did. Wrong. The treaty speaks for itself. The so-called court rulings by activist judges like Robin Cook do not and should not override the plain meaning of the treaty. You didn't need a justice or a judge or the courts to say what the treaty means. It's obvious what it means. So there must have been an ulterior motive for getting a judge in, and there was. And here it is. Cook said the treaty was akin to a partnership. That's exactly what the activists wanted him to say. He did not say it was a partnership, and nor was it a partnership, but the activists took a big leap and they said, oh, we're in partnership. Well, we weren't. And even Cook, the activist judge, did not say that. Well, why didn't the media pick up on that again? The $55 million public interest journalism fund. They're paid to suppress truth. The next treaty breach was breach number 6. He says the democratic system of our country was based on a promise, that's the treaty, on a contract, that's the treaty, and I think it's on the Crown to observe those obligations and commitments that it made. Unquote. Well, the so-called promises McAnulty details are simply not in the treaty. McAnulty thinks it's in the treaty to be undemocratic. It's in the treaty to treat some certain groups in New Zealand unequally, to give favours to one group and not anybody else. He thinks that's in the treaty when it's not. He thinks it's quite okay to have two governments. It's not. Mr. McAnulty is a treaty breacher. It's obvious that he does not know what the treaty promises. Well, what does the treaty promise? It promises one law for all, everybody's to be treated equally. It promises equality before the law for the 160 cultures living here. It promises the establishment of a strictly democratic government. There is no room for anything else. It promises racial harmony. Hobson said, hei iwi tahi tata, which is we are all one people, not two. We are not Maori and the rest. We are all New Zealanders. Now, when I was in Ashburton doing one of these conferences, right at the very end, a Maori lady got up. She was about 65, maybe 70. She had a lovely walking stick and everything, and it's on our website. We got video footage of her. And she got up and she basically said, hey, I came in here to really rack up this meeting and to create a big fuss. But she said, I've listened to everything Julian said and I agree with him. And she said, you know what? We Maori, she said, have got to face some things. And she said, we're all New Zealanders. We're all one. And everybody just clapped. Well, that's how it is. So there are many Maori who are supporting what I'm saying here and supporting the true meaning of the treaty. Okay. The treaty promises no special rights, privileges and handouts for any racial group. When this happens, racism and apartheid are being displayed for all to see. Conclusion, McAnulty is breathtakingly ignorant with respect to the treaty. He is spreading racism and apartheid. Now, when you think about it, which country in the world in the 70s and 80s was the country leading the world against the fight against apartheid? Well, it was New Zealand. Remember that? Springbok tour? We said, man, if you have a whiff of apartheid in your country, you can't even bring your rugby team here. And we had protests and planes flying over Auckland, Eden Park with flower bombs. It was serious. Now look at us. We're the greatest exporters of racism and apartheid. We're the country who's pushing it. You see how leadership can make such a difference. A bad leader brings bad things. Good leader brings good things. That's how it is. And Labor government has been the people who have been the Santa Claus of the giving out of gifts of bad things. And this is one of them. The spread of racism and apartheid is out of control in this country right now. Well, who else are we fighting against? We're fighting against Maori activists, either activist journalists or simply activist. There are many activists in this country who are leading Maori astray, radicalizing them like ISIS did. Remember ISIS? And so we have Maori activists who are actually purveyors of false information, wrong information, radicalizing many young people, and they're becoming violent, and so on. And this is one of the worst ones. He is a terrible liar, and he's leading many Maori astray. Of course, a lot of young Maori people who don't know the treaty listen to him and take on board what he's saying, and they're led terribly astray as a result of doing that. So let's just hear what he has to say.
Is racism.
I have to say this. If you read Article 3 of the treaty in Te Reo Māori, Ngā tikanga reo kihitahi,
She then mistranslates.
it says that everyone has equal rights and duties under the law.
Relying on the public not speaking Te Reo Māori, treaty denialists often pretend that Article 3 erases Māori rights. The document itself is very clear. Article 1, Māori give the Crown the right to govern British settlers. At this time, there were 80,000 self-governing Māori and 2,000 settlers with no government. Article 2 affirms that Māori retain their sovereignty and Māori agree to only sell land to the Crown. In return, the Crown agrees in Article 3 to give Māori the same rights as British subjects. Māori and the British both govern themselves under the protection of the Queen. Te Tiriti o Waitangi grants neither side authority to rule the other. Lying about that is racist because it seeks to maintain colonial control at the expense of our rights to self-determination.
Okay, so I analysed what he said, and in 1 minute 19 seconds he tells 10 lies and 2 truths. That's like a Gatling gun of lying, and they just come out of his mouth just one after the other. But if you don't know the treaty, you could probably be absolutely sucked in by this guy, which a lot of people are sucked in because they don't know the treaty. And so if you don't know the treaty, then you won't know when you're being told big lies. So here are the lies. Lie number 1, his accusation is that non-Maori, that's me and other people, say that Article 3 of the treaty erases Maori rights. Well, no one has ever said this. The opposite is true, except for him saying it. The treaty gives Maori the same rights as everyone else. In fact, via the treaty, Maori became British citizens and thus received rights. They didn't lose rights, they got rights. The line number 2, he implies that if you don't speak Maori, you can't understand the treaty. That's completely wrong, because the final English draft of the Treaty of Waitangi, by the way, I'm somebody who's really supporting the Treaty of Waitangi, the Te Tiriti, in Māori. I'm trying to bring New Zealanders back to that treaty. However, this point he makes, let me speak to that. The final English draft is called the Littlewood Draft, and from that draft, on the February the 4th, the treaty in Māori was drawn up, was translated by the Williams, father and son, on the night of the 4th of February, 1840. Now, so if you want to know what the treaty in Māori says, you just read the Littlewood Draft, and we have that draft. And that draft is in my book on page 7, and you can read it. So you don't need to know Māori to know what the treaty says, you just read the Littlewood Draft. True, not true again, just read the English Littlewood Draft. Line number 3, Māori gave the Crown to govern British settlers. No, wrong again. You know what, this is so off, it's not even funny. The Queen was the leader of the greatest country in the world. They just defeated Napoleon. And Britain ruled the waves. They ruled the world. By 1900, 1/5 of the countries in the world were under the control of Britain. It was a very, very powerful country. And Māori were described, or have been described by historians, as a primitive tribal Stone Age race of people when the British arrived here in numbers. And so it's inconceivable that a people described like that, primitive tribal Stone Age group of people, could push the greatest leader in the world around and tell her, the Queen, who she could govern and who she couldn't. It just didn't roll like that. It was completely unrealistic. It's ridiculous. It's like Vanuatu directing America in its foreign policy. Maori ceded sovereignty. That's the truth. Lie number 4, he says there were 80,000 self-governing Maori in New Zealand in 1840. No. Maori were self-annihilating. Cannibalism, slavery and infanticide were rife. That's the truth. There was no unifying Maori government, only tribes at war. It was Maori who came to the British wanting a treaty to save them from themselves and the French. Now, Tamati Wakanene was a very intelligent chief, and he had what we call a eureka moment. Alcoholics have similar moments where they come to themselves, as it were, and they realize that if they keep drinking, they're going to kill themselves with alcohol, and they go to AA and they get some help, but before that they are in denial, which is not just a river in Egypt, and they say, I'm not an alcoholic, I'm not an alcoholic, I'm not an alcoholic, and then they have this moment where they suddenly realize they are and they're going to get help. Now, Tamati Wakanene was like that, but it wasn't about alcohol, it had to do with war. Maori couldn't stop warring. They couldn't stop killing. They couldn't stop cannibalism. They couldn't stop infanticide. They were out of control. And Tamati Wakanene, he had a eureka moment, and he went to the British and said, you've got to help us, because the Maori population went down from 150,000 in 1800 to 75,000 in 1840. It was cut in half, pretty much. And it wasn't colonials killing Maori, it was Maori killing Maori. It was called the Musket Wars. And they were out of control. So Tamati Wakanene and others came to the British saying, man, we need help because we're self-destructing. The other big driver of the treaty that drove Maori to want the treaty and ask for the treaty was the French. Now, you'll remember that in 1772, De Thierry came to New Zealand, the French explorer. He came with 2 ships, and he anchored in a bay that was a tapu in place. Now, he didn't know that, and he went ashore with a boat load of men, 25 men plus De Thierry, that's 26, and there was another boatload of men went ashore as well. They rowed ashore. Well, Maori tribe captured De Thierry, killed everybody inside in his boat. There's 26 people, and they ate the lot. Well, the others escaped, went back to the ships, and they went to Motutua Island, which is just off Rafiti, not far from where I live, and they set up a military hospital. Now, don't forget, it's a military hospital. Well, one night, 1,000 Maori came across the water in wakas in the moonlight, and they were going to attack this military hospital. But the French were ready, and as history records it, over 200 Maori were killed in 20 minutes. Maori had never seen a gun, they called them a fire stick, and they'd never seen a killing machine like a musket. And the 750 who witnessed this got back in their wakas and paddled like there was no tomorrow to get back to the mainland. And they reported to tribes all over New Zealand about these French, the tribe of Marion, and great fear of this tribe, the French, spread through Maoridom. And so they were the 2 great drivers of the treaty for Maori. It was self-annihilation and the French. Well, this is what a Ngā Tahu historian, Jean Jackson, has said, quote, notice she's not a European historian, she's Ngā Tahu. British intervention stopped the rampant practices of utu, that's revenge, of muru, that's plunder. Maori couldn't stop revenge. They were out of control with plundering each other. Decisions by divination, sacrifice to appease gods. They were killing either animals or people to appease gods. The construction of construction sacrifice, which is the placing of slaves beneath the foundation poles of meeting houses, often burying them alive, and that in some way brought good fortune to the tribe. Religious cannibalism, eating each other. Slaves penned for cannibal consumption. This is what Jean Jackson has said these were the elements of Maori life pre-1840, where they would just pen people like chickens and fatten them up and then bring them out for eating. Slaves penned for labour, slave castration, manhood ritual tattooing, circumcision, abduction of women and children, raping of enemy women, etc. So that was what Maori life was like before 1840, and that's the reference. Okay, so let's keep going. Line number 5, he says Maori gave the Crown the right to govern British settlers. No, they did not. Maori ceded sovereignty. Maori agreed to be governed by the Crown. Line number 6, he says, Article 2, Maori retain their sovereignty. No, Maori ceded sovereignty. Then he makes a true statement. He says, Article 2, Maori agreed to only sell land to the Crown. Then he makes another true statement. The treaty agreed to give Maori the same rights as British subjects. Those are two truths in the middle of a whole battery of lies. And then he goes to number 7, Maori and the British both govern themselves. No, Maori agreed to be solely governed by the British. That's the truth. The treaty is so clear about this. There can only be one government in New Zealand, like I've said, and that is the democratically elected government. There's no room for any other. Line number 8, the treaty gives neither side the authority to rule over the other. No. Through cession, sovereignty, Maori gave the British the right to rule over Maori. Line number 9, he says lying about the treaty is racist. Well, then he's a terrible liar because he's lying about the treaty. In other words, if you say Maori ceded sovereignty in the treaty, you're a liar and a racist, and you're supporting colonial control. Well, that's me, because I say Maori ceded sovereignty. No, speaking the truth about the treaty does not make us racists. Maori ceded sovereignty in the treaty. Conclusion, this activist is leading Maori away from the truth and into lies and misinformation. As such, he is doing great damage inside Maoridom. Then he goes on to say this, if you say Maori didn't cede sovereignty, you're undermining the rights of Maori to self-determination. Now, they've made a big thing out of this little phrase, self-determination, so let's just quickly look at this. No. Currently, Maori have the same rights as everyone else to self-determination. In fact, they have more rights. How many know? You want to get into med school? A third of the places are reserved for Pacifica and Maori students now. Same with engineering school. You've got nursing. You've got just about every kind of setup, educational setup has advantage for Maori. So Maori have more rights to self-determination than everybody else. By self-determination, we mean each individual person in New Zealand, regardless of race, has the right to choose a path in life and go for it. Isn't that true? Yes or no? Yes, it is. By self-determination, we do not mean Maori setting up their own country and government within New Zealand. For this, they have no right. This is tribal rebellion. This is treason, and therefore a glaring breach of the treaty. It must be stopped, which is why I'm running my tour, because this is treason, and the country has got to know about this. Well, who else is helping elite Maori in this war to take over the country? We've got activists, but we've also got government departments. Now, you know about my story where one of the reasons I got triggered into this, the New Zealand Herald wrote a 2-page report saying what triggered Julian Batchelor, like I was some sort of psycho on the loose. So here's just a brief coverage of my story, how I got triggered into what I am doing. In 2008, I bought a beautiful 3.5 acres in a place called Rafiti, which is about half an hour from Russell in the Bay of Islands. And it was in 3 lots. And I decided it has a beach on both sides, it's a beautiful piece of land. It had an old, 140-year-old Kauri historic villa on this piece of land, which was unrestored and had been in a state of disrepair. Well, I rang up Bailey's and said I'd like to sell one of the lots because I had a small mortgage and wanted to get rid of that. So I rang up Bailey's. Well, within an hour of the sign being put up by Bailey's, it was chopped down with an axe. And I went, oh my goodness, what's going on here? And then signs appeared all over the land. This is Maori land, not for sale. Nobody ever came and talked to me. And then videos appeared online. A racist has bought this land and it's ours. And you know, can you give us money and so on. And on it went. And then I got an email from the police saying, you better call off the auction because we've had an email from Maori and Rafiti saying if you sell that land, then they're going to come to the auction rooms and smash them up. So this is my first brush with intimidation and bullying and threats, violence, so on. And that's what happened. Now, just a very important point here. I bought in the middle of a 99% Maori community. And I knew that when I bought that property. What does that tell you? I can't possibly be a racist. I can't possibly be a white supremacist. because a white supremacist or a racist would not buy in the middle of a 99% Maori community. So why did I buy there? Well, first of all, the land was beautiful, but I had no issue with Maori whatsoever. In fact, I thought they were cool. I'd been to school at Whangarei Boys High. We had Maori at the school. I played Maori in this sport. It's a Maori in my classes. And I was colourblind all through my schooling and through my upbringing. And there was no difference between Maori and Pākehā. We were all the same. We were all New Zealanders. But things have changed now, hugely. Well, I kept that land, and between 2008 and 2015, we started restoring the beautiful old villa that's on that property. And in those years, 2008 to 2015, all sorts of videos were put online that were maligning me and denigrating me and trying to whip up hate towards me from people in the community, posting videos online. And we'd have people desecrate on our driveway and empty the rubbish bags on our driveway. And, this went on, and so we tried to respond in the opposite manner. We tried to give away appliances and fridges and beds and all sorts of things. And we put them at the bottom of the driveway, everything that, we wanted to give away and contribute to the community, but nobody ever came back and said thank you. They were just taken. Nobody says thanks. They just take them. Well, in 2015, we got the house into a really good state. The villa, or the lodge, as I called it, Oki Bay Lodge, O-K-E Lodge. You can look it up online. And we decided we'd rent the house out. So we rented it out because it was looking beautiful. We needed a bit of funds to help keep the renovation going. And so we rented it out, and 3 South African families rented it with women and children, and they were coming here for their dream holiday. And I went to Auckland, lived down there for the duration of summer. And this family rang me at 2 o'clock in the morning on New Year's Eve. My phone went off, and there's a sound on the other end of smashing glass, screaming, shouting, chaos. She could hardly get the words out of her mouth. She said, "We're having a home invasion." It was hard for me to even hear. There were 20 Maori men doing a haka on the front lawn. Other men were throwing boulders at the house, big stones. Some of them hit cars, damaged the panel work, damaged the glass on cars. Some of the stones were so big they broke the weatherboards on the house. Windows were broken. In fact, some of the iron on the roof was punctured because the stones were so big. This was a full-on terrorist attack. Children were wetting their beds. People were screaming. Windows were being smashed. Anyway, I got in the car, rang the police, and I got up here. The police didn't arrive for 9 hours. And I went into the community and I said, "Why'd you do that?" And they said, "Because your land was stolen from us." And I said, "Doesn't matter if it was stolen or not. You don't do that to women and children. You should have come and talked to me." Silence. So what I did is I took time off work. Of course, it always affects the person who's the person who's been affected by crime. I had to take time off work. I had to lose wages. They didn't lose anything. They just come up for a rampage for an hour or so and wreck a house. No cost to the criminals, always to the victim. And anyway, so I went and wrote a book about the history, researched the history of that land, and I found out that that land was sold in 1937 outright to a school teacher, Thomas Thompson, who'd been in the community for 17 years. And the whole community went to Russell, to the court, the Maori Land Court in 1937, to support the sale of the house because they loved the school teacher. Anyway, the story they told was in 2015 was exactly the opposite of what actually happened in 1937. It wasn't stolen. It was a clean sale. It went through the Maori Land Court and everything was in order. And I wrote this book. You can read it online on my website. It's a flip book. It's free. So just go onto our website and you can actually start reading the story of what happened and all the history of that land. So that's what I did. I went into the community. I said to the community, "I'm putting my book online. I found out that you were completely wrong. This land was not stolen. You caused $10,000 worth of damage, and I want you to come up my driveway with a check for 10 grand. Thank you very much." And to apologise to the 3 South African families for terrorising them. Well, nothing happened. Nobody came and said sorry, no compensation. And so we just carried on. We had to just forgive and keep going. Well, in 2018, another Maori lady came up the driveway. And by the way, we don't see them between these incidents. Another lady came up the driveway and she started throwing stones at me, and I had a spade in my hand, and I batted away the stones. And then she got hold of me and she started raking her fingernails down my upper arms, and her blood was drawn, got a lot of blood actually. And then after a while I thought, I'm losing too much blood here, I need to just get rid of her, so I tossed her down the driveway, and I took the footage because it was all captured on 1080 HD, beautiful sound, beautiful quality video, went to court, the footage was shown in court, and the judge said, I'm going to let you off. Well, the whole gallery just walked out in disgust. The reason was that judges were being told not to charge Maori to try and bring the Maori crime stats down. And that's what happened. So this lady went back into the community, said, hey, I got off. And that sent a message to everybody in the community, you can assault Julian Batchelor, no consequences. Well then, 2022, we're getting quite close now to where we are today. 2022, last year, another Maori lady came up the driveway and said, can I have a bit of a chat with you? I said, yes. She came the next day at 10 o'clock, and I had my cell phone going. I was recording everything. We had a bit of small talk, and then she said, well, I've just come here on behalf of the whole community, and I want to tell you that if you don't give us your land, we're going to burn your house down. And so we talked about that for about, actually 40 minutes, a long time. And I said, why would I give you my land? And they said, because we just want it. And I said, well, hang on, this is 2022, this is not pre-1840, just come and steal stuff. Come on a tribal raid. Anyway, that footage went to the police, and I said, this is a very clear case of extortion. And the police said, well, we can't actually charge her because she didn't say, I am going to burn the house down. She said, we are. Well, that's what happened, so we had to forgive again. But the thing that really got me in the end, because I've had 14 years of tribal rule in Rafferty, and they try to bully and intimidate and violence and everything over 14 years, and I've experienced tribal rule, and it's absolute hell, let me tell you, and it's coming to New Zealand. And so in last year, 2022, I received a letter pretty much from Heritage New Zealand saying, your land has been reclassified as wahi tapu. You pay the rates, but we now have control of your land. It was a land grab. And I said, how do you justify this? They said some sacred body was dragged across the land in 17 something, and now it's sacred to Maori. And I said, well, it's sacred to me. It's my life savings in here. So whose sacredness is going to trump the other sacredness? Surely it's the one who paid for the land. But oh no. The government says you can just take land, freehold land, and get to control it. It's a land grab. And so anyway, I started corresponding with people in Heritage New Zealand, which is a government department, and one of the minions in the bottom of his email forgot to chop off the bottom of the email correspondence between him, the guy in Wellington and Heritage New Zealand, and some of the locals. And he basically said, high five, we got the land. Shall I come up for a feed in the marae? This is the guy in Wellington talking. Well, the tragic thing was that Maori in Wellington were corresponding with Maori in Rafferty, colluding together to take my land. Well, when that happened, I said, right, I've had enough of this. I'm going to mobilise, and I'm going to go and tell New Zealand about what's going on here, because I am experiencing tribal rule, and I'm going to go and tell New Zealand about this. And so we had this big problem with government departments which are run by activists. We also have activism in the education system. We're fighting against this now, the brainwashing of young people at kindergartens right up to university. We have te reo being forced in kindergartens. Children as little as 3 and 4 and 5 having to do hakas and poi dances and learning Maori words and marry this and marry that. And so schools and kindergartens have become really training camps, grooming little children and other children for Maori takeover. And we had a guy in Waimati, a 40-year-old, who went to the school that he was in and said, look, I don't want all my kids learning marry this, marry that, marry everything else. I want them to learn English, because English is going to be the thing that gets them through their schooling. And it gets them through life, helps prepare them for life. When I did my Master's in Educational Psychology, I was taught that the definition of education was to prepare people for success in life. Well, teaching people Maori is not going to help them to be successful in life, because when you get out of school, you have to speak English. And that is what's going to help you succeed. It's the international language, it's the prize language of the world. What are we doing? Forcing te reo on our children. I don't have anything against Maori learning their culture, practicing speaking Maori, but they should do it on their maraes and in their homes like all the other 160 cultures in this country have to do. None of the other cultures in this country are forcing their language upon the rest of the population. In fact, all the other cultures in this country, apart from Maori, are prizing English and want to learn English and want to speak English and want to get good at English. So what are we doing? I believe that the force feeding of te reo and marry this and marry that into our universities and our schools is actually child abuse, because we're not helping children to succeed in life. We're also, I have a beef with European lawyers and consultants who have sold their soul in their country for filthy lucre. There's many, many Europeans who are getting rich out of all this, because the billions of dollars that have been given to the elite Maori, not trickling down to anybody else, is also being suckled, as it were, by lawyers and consultants. Do you know that Three Waters, it's predicted that piece of legislation is going to cost between $2 and $3 billion to get across the line? Grant Robinson is handing the activists in government money like there's no tomorrow. That's what New Zealand has the biggest debt ever in our history, per capita, than we've ever had. And it's all behind this is this frivolous, out-of-control spending by the Labour government and the Maorification of New Zealand. But there are lawyers, European lawyers and consultants, who are getting very rich out of all this, and I've got a beef against them too, because they shouldn't be doing this. They're helping the takeover. We've got activism in local councils. I have councillors writing to me, telling me about how councils have now got to do what they call cultural safety courses, making the councils safe for Maori, they say, but it's nothing to do with that. It's nothing to do with safety whatsoever. This has to do with grooming, with propaganda, with the Maorification of councils, and again, getting them ready for takeover and for tribal rule. I also have a big beef against, oops, these things keep on popping up on my laptop here, up against the Christian churches in New Zealand. They've become woke and PC, history ignorant, all the while thinking that in running with co-governance they're putting a smile on the face of God. They're not. I can't get into a Christian church now, because when I ring them they say, no, we're bicultural, we're running with co-governance. And of course behind all that is that churches don't want to stand up against darkness, against deceit, against trickery. That's what God calls them to do. This could be the church's moment to stand up and come out of the shadows and into the light, become a real force for good in this country. But no, they're worried about the tithe going down. They're worried about upsetting somebody. And of course, many churches consider the people to be like running a farm, and you don't want to spook the cows. And Julian Batchelor would spook the cows and we wouldn't get so much milk. And so that's what's happening in churches. And they are not standing up to fight against this corruption and this darkness which is sweeping our country. They're running with it. And in my opinion, they're just inviting God's judgment. All right. We're also fighting the laid-back nature of European Kiwis, whose mantra is, she'll be right, and until they taste tribal rule. And then the tears will flow in the gutters of our streets. Because when tribal rule hits, everybody's going to be affected. In fact, there's many, many people in New Zealand who are already being affected by all of this. And I went into New Plymouth recently, and it was like a city in lockdown. People were terrified of iwi, terrified of being seen, terrified of coming out of their houses, terrified of having anything to do with me, because they said they would be there would be repercussions, there would be punishments, there would be bullying and intimidation. And so we're already seeing, look at our seminars. Who are the people who are being violent? It's not us. We're the peaceful people. It's the people shutting down free speech. It's the protesters. And it's definitely not us. Okay, so who is Stop Co-Governance fighting for in this war? We're fighting for the average Maori and for the 159 other cultures in New Zealand. That's who we're fighting for. Who are these cultures? Well, we're fighting for the Indians, we're fighting for the Africans, we're fighting for the Chinese, the Russians, the Czechs, we're fighting for the Japanese, the Samoans, the French, not so much those guys. We're fighting for the Tongans, we're fighting for the Germans, we're fighting for the Croatians, the Belgians, the British. All these cultures are here. South Americans, Koreans, South Africans, Italians, Niueans, Filipinos, and the Dutch. And all these other cultures, they're all here. Are they all taxpayers? Yes. Should they be treated equally? Yes. Are we all equal? Yes. But we're not. Maori are being given special privilege and handouts that should be going to all New Zealanders, not just one cultural group based on their ethnicity. That's wrong. Well, here is one guy, Sir Tipene O'Regan, Ngāi Tahu leader. He has been known to hint that if Ngāi Tahu and other claims before the Waitangi Tribunal are not met, there is a danger, he says, that Maori activists may resort to violence to achieve their objectives. Is that a statement of war or not? Yes, it is. I didn't start this war. This war came to me, and it's people like Tipene O'Regan who started it. Then we have another guy here, Ken Mayer, who's the leader of the militant Te Ahi Kaha group, and he says, we'll take back our country by any means. That is a statement of war. And then we have the Maori Party, led by Waititi, there he is, and he says this: they have a 25-year plan. They want self-management, self-determination, and self-governance over all their domains. In other words, they want a separate country within this country. And in the 1860s, that would clearly been judged by the government as treason. But it's not today. Why? $55 million public interest journalism fund. The media is suppressing this. So the Kiwis don't know about it. They don't join the dots. Maori want a separate Maori parliament with 15 to 17 seats and control over $20 billion of annual self-managed spending. Now, $1 billion is 1,000 million. I found out that the Dunedin Hospital is going to cost $1.4 billion. So you could have 14 state-of-the-art hospitals in New Zealand for that $20 billion, but Maori want this every year. And who is going to pay for that? Well, it's going to be non-Maori. And one day I had a Maori in my seminar. He said, wait a minute, Maori are 14% of the population, so they're going to pay 14% of that bill. And I said no, because what happens is that when Chris Finlayson and others paid out billions to Maori, Maori went out and bought fisheries, forests, hotels, supermarkets, tourist operations, and so on. And Chris Finlayson set them up so that they were charities. They don't have to pay tax. So the tax burden is going to go on everybody other than Maori businesses. The abolition of full and final treaty settlements. Waititi said they don't want full and final settlements. They want ongoing cash flow. They want ongoing passive income, $20 billion a year. Wouldn't it be great if we all had that sort of tipped into our account every year? And what kind of lifestyle would we be able to live? Handing back all conservation land to Maori. This is what Waititi says is the goal of the Maori Party. And so that was an interview that was done in the Guardian newspaper. You can read that for yourself. Stuart C. Scott, he says this: claiming has become an integral part of the Maori way of life. The thought of the extinction of further claiming rights by final settlements is abhorrent to the race. Maoridom does not want settlement. It wants to nurse its grievances and continue its claiming ad infinitum. None of that is racist. That was just what Waititi has said, hasn't he, in the previous slide? Okay, so the truth of the matter is the push by tribal leaders for co-governance and partnership, if it's not stopped, is going to destroy New Zealand. So what is co-governance? Well, we're going to have a quick break now, a cup of tea, and I'm going to take you through some slides that talk about co-governance, what it is, and what you can expect in the future coming your way. And this next set of slides are courtesy of the New Zealand Centre for Political Research. So just go and get yourself a cup of tea, and it's now 4:44. We'll be back in say 5 minutes. That's 10 to 5, and we'll carry on going through this presentation. So I hope that has helped you so far to understand how wide and how deep and how big is this problem that we're facing. This is not just Elite Maori. This is a whole lot of agencies and people and entities that are actually creating this situation. So we have a monster on the loose. And I want to tell you about co-governance in these next few slides. So I'll see you back in 5 minutes. Okay, everybody, we're back into it. I hope you enjoyed your cup of tea and your cake. I've just got some fantastic food where I am, so anyway, I hope you did too. All right, so what does co-governance mean? Well, what does it mean for government? It means this: two complete governments that overlap. It means a new written constitution based on a new interpretation of the Treaty of Waitangi. I don't know how you get a new interpretation of the Treaty of Waitangi. It is what it is. At least 5% of all new procurement contracts must now go to Maori businesses. All government departments, agencies must now provide a report that show at least 5% of the procurement of goods and services was from a Maori business. Now, what is that? Why do only Maori have the inside running on what's provided into government departments for things that they need? That's unfair. They should be, those contracts, those goods and services should be tendered out to the 160 cultures who live here, so that the government departments get the best deal, surely. So what is that? Well, that's apartheid. What does it mean for media? We've talked about this. Specific guidelines for the media. $55 million public interest journalism fund was established. If media outlets want a slice of this fund, there are strict conditions. You cannot present a point of view that opposes the government's race-based agenda. News must cover stories that support the government-approved narrative. Maori language and culture are now being forced into government departments, local authorities and state-funded media. Well, what is that? That's apartheid. And what does it mean for dock and land? Transfer ownership and control of the entire conservation estate to tribal authorities. The Waitangi Tribunal just recently released a document the size of the Auckland telephone book, recommending that all the state-owned land in Northland be given back to Maori. Then what's going to happen is it'll be Auckland will be next, then Bay of Plenty, then Hawke's Bay, then Taranaki, then Central High Country, then Wairarapa, then Wellington, and on it goes. So this is like the first step of giving back all this land and huge chunks of land to Maori. The Department of Conservation has now formed an options development group. This group has made a recommendation to give full control and governance of dock to Maori, when really dockland belongs to all New Zealanders, and these parks and reserves and the oceans and the mountains and the rivers and the forests, they belong to everybody. Government rezones privately owned land and gives it rights over it to Maori. Well, that's apartheid too. Education, rewriting New Zealand's history, skipping the musket wars and pre-Maori history, showing pre- and post-European Maori is different from what was observed and recorded by early Europeans, teaching critical race theory, that is, white people are bad, Maori are wonderful, teaching racial bias, teaching primary school children without Maori ancestry to feel ashamed and guilty. That's apartheid. It's actually child abuse as well. Here's a good cartoon. You said we're going to learn division today. We are. Critical race theory. There it is. What does it mean for health? Two healthcare systems. Maori healthcare system, funded by the taxpayer. Decision-making and veto rights over the entire health system. Maori patients prioritised. That's apartheid. Here's a cartoon done by Tremaine. Hospital admission form. If answer to questions, the question is yes, tick a box. Are you off colour? Tick the box. Are you of colour? Tick the box. Please note both boxes ticked will get you priority treatment. It's not really a joke, but it's the truth now. The health system is prioritising people on the basis of their skin colour, not on the basis of their need, which is apartheid. Justice. Two justice systems. A Maori court system where offenders with a Maori ancestry will be treated differently from other offenders. Two jail systems. Maori jails where inmates with a Maori ancestor will be treated differently from other inmates. Western common law replaced by tikanga, that's Maori customs and practices. People of Maori ancestry will have greater legal rights. That's apartheid. What does it mean for water? Granting Maori rights to all fresh water. I believe that water belongs to everybody. It falls from the sky. It doesn't belong to anybody. It belongs to everybody. Councils pay Maori for water. Water costs and rates will go up. Giving Maori funding to cover all legal costs, claim the seabed and foreshore from mean high tide out to 12 nautical miles. Opponents to Maori must find their own legal costs. What is that? That's apartheid. Local council, iwi have decision-making and veto rights. The abolition of the right of local communities to hold a binding referendum on Maori ward seats. Local Government Minister Mahuta is now undertaking a review, and it appears likely to lead to 50% of the council seats being held by Maori. That's apartheid. You know, if you want to be on a council, you've got to be elected on. That's it. There's got to be the same rules for everybody. What does it mean for grooming the population, getting it ready for tribal rule? The new history curriculum, which has been launched in schools, which is just all about grooming the children because it's inaccurate, it's politically tilted. Street signs in Maori, they had nothing to do with road safety. They were all to do with grooming the population for tribal rule. Country name change from New Zealand to Aotearoa. Who gave them the mandate to do that? Our country's called New Zealand, not Aotearoa. And notice that the word New Zealand, those two words, are now dropped from just about everything, and it's almost entirely now Aotearoa. That was deliberate. Increasing use of Maori language in all government documents. Increasing compulsory, what they call cultural safety courses being run in non-government businesses such as real estate agents. Remember that? Real estate agents had to have a course in Maori. Nothing to do with making them better real estate agents. It was just grooming. Increasing use of Maori language in all media. Compulsory cultural safety courses being run in government departments like hospitals, the police and DOC. Well, what I want to know was this. Is all of this legal or constitutional? Or is it a coup? This is a big question. Well, here's my coup meter. I think it's a coup. To answer these questions, we have to go back to the Treaty of Waitangi, which has become, rightly or wrongly, our country's founding document. So, here are the key players in the Treaty of Waitangi, and we need to know this document very, very well and how it came about, because it's crucial in stopping co-governance. This is Lord Normanby. Now I want to take you back to 1840. Lord Normanby was Secretary of the Colonies. That was his official title. He was very close to the Queen, very powerful man. He was on the Queen's inner circle. Remember, Queen was the leader of the superpower of the world. And so this guy had immense power, and he appointed Hobson via the Queen to head up the treaty writing process in New Zealand. Now, Hobson was a sea captain. He was fighting pirates in the Caribbean in the 1820s, and he was in and out of the East Indies in the 1830s. He had got yellow fever 3 times, and he had a reputation as being a fearless sea captain. In fact, they called him Hobson the Lion, L-I-O-N, because he was undefeated on the water. So he was quite a guy. And then you had this guy here, Busby. He came to New Zealand 1833. Now remember, the treaty was signed in 1840, so he'd been here for 7 years. He actually came here to try and sort out tribes fighting and bring peace, and he was the guy that, he was called the British resident, so he was the official leader of the British initiative in New Zealand. And he was responsible for drawing up the 1835 Declaration of Independence, but it really went nowhere. The chiefs only met once, and there's only 39 Ngāpuhi chiefs, and they were fighting again by 1837, so it was really just a flop, which is one of the reasons that the Treaty of Waitangi was triggered, because the 1835 Declaration of Independence really went nowhere. And then you had this guy here, Freeman. Freeman was given to Hobson when Hobson came to New Zealand in 1840, and Freeman was given in Sydney, and it was Governor Gibbs in Sydney who gave Freeman to Hobson. And you know how an employer sometimes unloads a bad employee? Well, that was kind of like Freeman was, and he was a bit of a liability in the treaty writing process, but he was Hobson's secretary. And then you have this guy here, Clendon. Clendon was the US consul in New Zealand. He was actually British, and he was corresponding back and forth to America, telling them of recent developments in New Zealand. America had business interests in New Zealand, flax, whaling, sealing, and so on. Busby and Clendon were good friends. And then you have Williams, who I think is the hero of the Treaty of Waitangi. He was a missionary. He'd been here since 1823. The treaty was signed 1840, so he'd been here for 17 years. He was a CMS missionary. CMS stands for Church Missionary Society. He was very, very successful as a missionary. Many people came to Christ through him. He had a huge reputation for good amongst Maori. They respected him, they honoured him, they actually revered him, and he became extremely good with Te Reo and made his own Maori dictionary. So this guy was a big player in New Zealand's early history and very, very influential. Now remember, he'd been here for 17 years, Busby only 7, and then you have this guy here, Reverend Taylor. Not much is known about him, but he was one of the guys that was involved in the writing of the treaty as well, part of the team. He was the guy responsible for transferring the treaty, which was written in Maori on paper on the night of the 4th of February. And this guy, Taylor, was ordered by Hobson to put it onto dogskin on the night of the 5th, getting it ready for the signing on the 6th. And he was the guy that did that job. And then you have this guy, Colenso, who was hugely important. He was the man who had a printing shop in Paihia, and on the 17th of February, 1840, now remember the treaty was signed on the 6th, so that's roughly 11 days after the treaty was signed, Hobson ordered him, Colenso, to make 200 copies of the treaty in Maori. And what did they want all those for? Well, they were distributing those around New Zealand so that when the actual treaty documents arrived, the dogskin versions arrived around New Zealand, that Maori had a chance to read over the documents, the Colenso printed document, discuss it and talk about it. The British went out of their way to do things properly here, and I'll explain why in a minute. But Colenso's other big important job was that he was the official recorder of speeches. So when Maori chiefs made speeches on the afternoon of the 5th of February and then during the 6th of February, Colenso was the guy who actually was known for his accuracy and his skill in recording speeches. There was no tape recorders back then, obviously. So they all had to be written at speed, and he had to get it exactly right, and he was the guy to do the job. So this is the most important slide of the whole night, of the whole afternoon. This is Lord Normanby. And Lord Normanby, as I've told you, he was the Secretary of the Colonies, and he was very close to the Queen, like I said. Now, he wrote with the Queen a 4,200-word instruction for Hobson. In other words, the Queen was very specific about what she wanted in New Zealand and what she was expecting, and this was all written down in conversation with the Queen, and Normanby gave it to Hobson. Now, this document, the 4,200-word instruction, was dated the 14th of August 1839, and Hobson left on the 25th of August. That means there was 11 days between when this document was signed off and Hobson leaving. Well, what were they doing? They would have been going over this, Hobson and Normanby, to make sure that Hobson was very clear about what the Queen was wanting, to make sure he did it. Well, what did she say? She said this: the Queen disclaims every pretension to seize on the islands of New Zealand. Now, there doesn't seem to be much in that, does there? But there's a huge amount in there. Because international policy at this time, international colonisation policy, allowed for countries to go into other countries and simply wipe out the natives. Britain could have gone here in the 1820s, or even earlier, with 10 warships and 2,000 men, just walked through the bush and killed every Maori and started with a blank slate. And at the end of that, just put up a flag. And that was entirely legal to do that. But in the late 1830s, Britain was undergoing a Christian revival, and things began to change in Britain in significant ways, and the Queen was caught up with this. The leaders of this Christian revival were the evangelicals, and it affected government and it affected the Queen. And so there was massive prison reform. They were less trigger happy with a death penalty. There was child labour reform. Children were no longer going to be having to be able to work in factories with terrible conditions and no money and no food for long hours. And that was all reformed. But the big one was the end of the slave trade. That was 1838, and behind that was William Wilberforce. And so that all this affected Britain's colonisation policy, and they started to call it humanitarian colonisation. So the Queen comes along with this document, and she starts off by saying the Queen disclaims every pretension to seize the islands of New Zealand. And this was radical, because previously, prior to the 1830s, they would just seize a country. They would come in, just take it. No questions asked, like wiping chess pieces off a chessboard, and start with a blank slate. And she says, no, she's not going to do that now. Well, what's she going to do? She said, unless the free intelligent consent of the natives expressed according to their established usages shall first be obtained. She says, Hobson, when you come to New Zealand, I want you to get the free intelligent consent of Maori. No trickery, no bullying, no intimidation, no guns. I want you to work with Maori, and we're going to tell Maori that they can have their land. We're not going to just take it. We have every legal right to, but we're not going to. We're going to say that Maori, the land of New Zealand, belongs to Maori, and we will buy it off Maori if they are so disposed to sell it. That's what the Queen said. But the Queen wasn't stupid, because she knew that Maori had come to the British and said, we want government. We want you to help us by establishing a government. We want peace and order. We've got to stop warring, and we want protection from the French. And the Queen said, well, if you want us to do all this for you, then we have to have sovereignty, which is exactly what the Queen said. So she said this, you will therefore frankly and unreservedly explain the reasons which should urge them to acquiesce. In other words, give up their sovereignty, because Britain said, we cannot do what you Maori want us to do in this country unless we get sovereignty. And so she said this, the impossibility of Her Majesty extending to them, that's Maori, any effectual protection unless the Queen be acknowledged as the sovereign of their country. What she was saying was this, you can't have two cooks in the kitchen. You can't have two governments in a country. You can only have one. And Britain will not be able to sort out New Zealand and help New Zealand and become a father to the Maori of New Zealand and run a successful country if you don't have Britain in charge. And at the centre of that is ceding sovereignty. And basically the Queen is saying that if Maori do not cede sovereignty, Britain is to pull out of New Zealand and just leave them to themselves and to the French. That was what she was saying. So I want you to remember that, because this is a hugely important thing that the Queen said here. Sovereignty was the key thing that Britain wanted, and if they didn't get it, they were going to pull out of New Zealand. Well, here is Waitangi today, and there is Busby's house, and of course it's been restored, and when the ship from Hobson's ship arrived, he would have parked probably about there because he had to be close to that house. So I want to get a few things clear here. One is that there's only one treaty, not multiple treaties. You only have one treaty, and that's the treaty in Maori. And I am trying to bring this country, New Zealand, back to honouring this treaty in Maori. It's interesting that outside all our live seminars that we do, that there's lots of protesters, and they put up on their signs, honour the treaty. And little do they know that inside the building they're protesting against is the very people who are honouring the treaty, and it's us. It's the people who are trying to stop co-governance, because actually co-governance is dishonouring the treaty, it's trashing the treaty, it's corrupting the treaty, but they don't know that because they don't study these activists, and they're like a cult, just religiously involved in something they know nothing about. Well, I'm all for this treaty in Maori. I am for this treaty being interpreted as it was originally intended. So let's go back to the original meaning. That is what the Stop Co-Governance tour is all about. International law, you need to know, dictates that the treaty in Maori takes precedence over anything written in English. Now, at the moment, the government is breaking the law, breaking international law, because it's using versions of the treaty that are in English, and one of those is written by James Freeman. Now, on the 11th of April, 1840, missionary Maunsell was sent to Waikato Heads by Hobson to gather signatures of chiefs at the Waikato Heads. He had with him one of Colenso's 200 copies of the treaty in Maori written by Colenso. Remember that? I told you about that. But he was also waiting for the dogskin copy to arrive, and when he arrived at Waikato Heads, many more chiefs arrived than he thought would, and so he gathered as many signatures as he could after he'd read the treaty in Maori to them. He waited and waited for the dogskin to arrive, but it did not arrive. Now, in his top pocket, he had a rogue version, a rogue James Freeman version. Remember I told you Freeman was a problem? Well, Freeman was actually sacked from the treaty writing process because he wanted to write treaties that were flowery and in royal language. And one of his treaties that he wrote, and he used to make his treaties up from the discarded notes of the other treaty writers and send them off to New South Wales and Britain and all these other places. Well, one of these copies got into the pocket of Maunsell, the missionary. And what he did, Maunsell, is because he couldn't wait any longer for the dogskin to arrive, he pulled out of his pocket one of these rogue James Freeman versions, and he gathered signatures of chiefs on that rogue version. He, at the end of the signing process, he wax sealed the two bits of paper together, the treaty in Maori and this James Freeman rogue version, and they were sent back to Waitangi, to head office, and he got Hobson to sign it. Now, Hobson was not signing for the content of that rogue James Freeman version because it's so different from the treaty in Maori. He couldn't possibly have been doing that. He was only signing to indicate that the signatures of the chiefs that were signed at that place, Waikato Heads, on April the 11th, 1840, were bona fide. Well, those two pieces of paper, the treaty in Maori and the rogue James Freeman version, over time the wax seal broke and the papers separated, and activists got hold of that James Freeman version, and it's now being used by the Waitangi Tribunal as the official English final draft. It is not the final English draft. And aside from that, it is the only document, 540 chiefs signed in total, and it's only the chiefs at the Waikato Heads who signed this English version. Doesn't that make you suspicious just on that fact alone? When every other chief in the country signed the Maori version, and then you have this English rogue version signed by 39 chiefs at Waikato Heads, which has been accepted by the Waitangi Tribunal. They shouldn't be using it. They should be using the treaty in Maori, but they're not. So there's a big problem, and they're also flouting international law by doing that. All that aside, let me show you. The treaty makes no mention of partnership or co-governance. Let me show you. I'll briefly explain the sequence of events leading up to the signing of the treaty. So what happened? Well, the first thing you have to do is you have to get the chiefs to Waitangi. And this is Busby. And he wrote an invitation which he sent out to chiefs. And it's a beautiful invitation. It goes like this. A warship has arrived with a chief on board sent by the Queen of England to be a governor for us both. I love that. Imagine it. A huge warship arriving at Waitangi with guns poking out the side, troops all over on the decks, and a very powerful, pretty much like we'd think of a massive spaceship arriving in the middle of Auckland. This was something to behold for the chiefs, and notice that Busby was using language which would have been attractive to the chiefs. A warship, they love war. It had a chief on board, sent by the Queen, they'd heard about her, to be a governor for us both. Now that tells you the indication of what the British intention was. There was going to be a governor who would rule everybody, one governor for everyone. Not Maori doing their own thing and the British doing another. It was a governor for everybody. So hang on to that thought. Okay, so that went out, this invitation went out to Maori chiefs, and that really drew them like bees to honey. They came to Waitangi. Well, here are the players again, just so as I talk this through, we can refresh about who these people are. Now, I told you that Hobson left England on the 25th of August, 1840. He was on the HMS Herald, and they sailed to Sydney to start with, and I told you that Hobson had a discussion with Governor Gipps. Remember, Australia was a British colony, and Gipps was senior to Hobson, and so they would have probably been a bit like father and son. And this is where Freeman was given to Hobson. Well, they sailed from Sydney to New Zealand on the 19th of January 1840, and they arrived in Paihia on the 29th of January 1840. That's 10 days to sail from Sydney to New Zealand. And when they arrived, they weighed anchor at Paihia and they went ashore, and there was some formalities because Busby had to step down as the leader of New Zealand, and that was assumed now by Hobson. And so they did a few things like that. And then they got down to business. Now, there are only 31 days in January. They arrived on the 29th. Now, that means they had 3 days in January left, and the treaty was signed on the 6th of February. So they had 3 and 6 is 9. They had 9 days to get this treaty together. Well, they went furiously at it between the 28th, 29th, 30th, 29th, 30, 31 of January. That's 3 days. And they produced at the end of February the 1st, the treaty writers were Hobson, Clendon, Taylor, Freeman, Busby, and Williams. And on the night of the 1st of February, they had 8 pages of rough notes. There was no final draft. There was only rough notes. And it was at this point that Freeman was dismissed from the treaty writing process because, as I have said, Freeman wanted to write royal-style treaties in royal-style language, flowery language, and Hobson said, we don't want that because Maori would need it simple, it needs to be easy to understand, and we don't want to trick anybody. We need to get their free, intelligent consent, and we can't do that if it's too hard for them to understand. Well, on the night of the 1st of February, Hobson had a terrible row with his ship's captain, Nias, N-I-A-S, and this row was so severe it put Hobson in bed. Must have been severe. And remember I told you that Hobson had been in and out of the West Indies in the 1830s, and he'd got yellow fever 3 times, and so he was a guy who was weak in the body anyway. Well, Busby heard about this row, and he sent word to the ship and asked Hobson if he would like Busby to continue with writing the treaty, which he did. Now, Busby was pretty much writing it on his own on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of February. Well, by the 3rd of February, the end of the day, he had a clean draft to show Hobson. Hobson was given word of this, and on the morning of the 4th of February, Hobson came ashore and Busby showed him what he'd produced. Now, these men, Hobson, Clendon, Reverend Taylor, Colenso, Williams, and Busby, they met in the morning of the 4th of February and into the afternoon discussing this final draft. And doubtless they would have made adjustments based on the 4,200 word document which was given to Hobson before he left for New Zealand by Lord Normanby. Because the big thing was to obey the Queen. And to get the Queen's instructions right, you did not want to mess with the Queen. You could lose your head. And, you know, it was a serious thing. If the Queen said something, you had to do it. And so they would have been going over the final instructions to make sure they got it right. Well, by 4 o'clock on the 4th of February, they felt they had closure on this treaty. They had it right. They had the wording exactly like it should be. And they gave it to Henry Williams, the missionary, on the top left-hand corner, and his son Edward. And they were asked, or commanded really, by Hobson to translate this final English draft into Maori, which they did. And on the morning of the 5th of February, this is the day before the signing, the treaty was signed on the 6th, Hobson came ashore early in the morning, and he was shown this treaty in Maori, which had been translated by the Williams, father and son. And that morning, I know what they would have been doing. They would have been really relying on Henry Williams. Busby spoke Maori, and so did Clendon, but nothing like Williams could. And Hobson was he was totally British, absolutely not conversant with Te Reo at all. But he had to just rely on these men to get it right. The word kawanatanga, which is the Maori word for sovereignty, did they get that right? Tina rangatiratanga, the word for really for setting the captives free, for the word possession, and then taonga, which is the Maori word for property. And they would have plied Williams with questions to say, you sure you got this right? Are Maori going to understand these words, and so on? Well, by midday, all the Maori chiefs were bubbling, fizzing in the tent at Waitangi. A big table was at the front with the Union Jack on it, and there was other officials in there and people who'd come to observe. And the tent at Waitangi was absolutely packed with chiefs. Well, at 12 o'clock, these men, Taylor, Colenso, Hobson, Clendon, Busby, Williams, gave each other a high five, and they headed to the tent at Waitangi where the chiefs were. And it would have been quite a sight to behold. Clendon and Hobson, Hobson arriving with all his gear. Look at his photo with all that gear on, and he was the captain of the warship who had come to be a chief, be a governor for all of us, for both of us. And Maori would have been enamored, in awe of this man, because this was the big chief of all chiefs, and he was in the tent. Well, as history records it, Hobson made a speech that was interpreted by Williams into Maori, and then they read the treaty in English. Now, why would they do that first? Well, because they read it in Maori straight after that, and they wanted to give Maori, make sure that Maori thought the translation was good. So they read it in English first and then in Maori, and you could compare the two and say, yeah, that's a good translation, that's what it means. Because many Maori could speak English. Hongi Hika had been to England, and so had many of the other chiefs, New South Wales at least, and so that's what happened. And during the afternoon of the 5th of February, there was great discussion. No doubt there was many questions came from Maori about the meaning of this word, the meaning of that word, and the Williams were very, very busy explaining and making sure there was clarity. And then on the afternoon, late in the afternoon, on the 5th of February, this is the day before the official signing, Maori started to make speeches, and these were recorded by Colenso, and these speeches are hugely important. Now, we have these speeches, and they tell us a lot about what Maori were thinking and whether they understood the word kawanatanga or sovereignty, and they did. Watch this. The first speaker was Te Kemera, chief of the Ngāti Kawa tribe. He said this, health to thee, O governor. In other words, he was trying to sound British. I'm not pleased towards thee. In other words, I don't like your treaty. I shall never say yes to your staying. In other words, I don't like your treaty. Were we to be in equality, then perhaps Te Kemera would say yes. But for the governor to be up and Te Kemera to be down, governor high, up, and Te Kemera down, low, small, a worm, a crawler. No, 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 O governor. In other words, what he was saying was, I'm rejecting the call to cede sovereignty. I don't want to have a governor over me. I don't want to give up my sovereignty. Now, the fact that several chiefs said no to ceding sovereignty, to rejecting the treaty, tells me that what happened in that tent on the 5th and 6th of February was genuine. If you get 45 men together in one tent and they all agree something's wrong. So this is a mark of authenticity, that Colenso recorded what these chiefs said. This is sovereignty talk. Te Kemera did not want to cede sovereignty, it's clear. The next speaker was Te Raha of the Ngāti Rehia. He said this, no governor for me, for us native men. Only we are the chiefs, the rulers. We will not be ruled over. What? Thou a foreigner up and I down? Thou high and I, Te Raha, the great chief of the Ngāpuhi tribes low? No, no, never, never. That's clear. He knew what sovereignty meant, and he was not going to have... And notice this. These chiefs were making these speeches in front of all the other chiefs. In other words, they were teaching the other chiefs about sovereignty. If there was not clarity, that's what they were doing. They were making it clear for the other chiefs. Te Huhu refused to sign, his reason being that it would place the mana of Te Huhu beneath the feet of a woman. So Te Huhu said, mate, there's no way I'm coming under a woman. Who's the woman? The Queen. That Maori present at Waitangi understood what was meant by kawanatanga is evident from the remark of one chief that if kawanatanga was ceded, he would thereafter have to ask the permission of the British authorities to paddle his canoe across the river. It's so clear what they were on about. They knew what sovereignty meant. How else do we know that they knew what sovereignty meant? Well, Henry Williams reported to Bishop Selwyn in his diary. He said the instruction of Captain Hobson was not to allow anyone to sign the treaty until he fully understood it. To which instruction I did most strictly attend, he says, that the natives to whom I explained the treaty understood the nature of the same, there can be no doubt. Now, he was a mighty missionary, a guy of integrity, a guy of honesty. He wouldn't be pulling the wool over anybody's eyes. On the night of the 5th of February, that's the day before the signing, Henry Williams and his son went with the Maori chiefs because they left the tent at Waitangi and they went up to TTE Marae. So they spent the night of the 5th of February, all the chiefs plus Henry Williams and his son. And all night they went over the treaty. It's a great thing because the British said, you take as long as you like. We want you to understand this treaty before you sign it, or if you don't want to sign it, that's okay as well. Nobody's being coerced because remember, the Queen said, you must get the free, intelligent consent of the Maori. Give them time. Explain everything. They've got to know it. There's no trickery. This has got to be transparent, open, and honest, and it was. So all night, Henry Williams was there in the tent with all the chiefs. Was in the marae with all the chiefs. All night. Well, this is what happened. On the 6th of February, as you know, chiefs came down from that tent came down from their marae into the tent, and they wanted to sign the treaty. This was amazing because Hobson thought it would take a week. He knew that Maori loved to talk, loved to make speeches, and he thought this was going to take a whole week. Well, the very next day, they were eager to sign. And on that day, 45 chiefs signed. But what you need to know is that some didn't sign, but those who didn't sign eventually did sign. What you need to know is that there were signing locations all over the country. Only 45 chiefs signed at Waitangi, but eventually 540 signed. Well, where did all those other signatures come from? Well, the missionaries and the other officials, British officials, had to travel by boat all around New Zealand to get the signatures. So here is a map of the locations of the treaty signings, and there they are. And notice they're all coastal. So ships would have left Paihia up here at the very top of New Zealand, and they would have sailed down here, and as they went, they got the signatures of chiefs. Now, they might have sailed to Cape Reinga out of Paihia, gone over the top and down the other side and got all the signatures down there. But notice there's none on the west coast of the South Island, which tells us that it was pretty much uninhabited. The other thing you need to know about this, which is hugely interesting, so there's 50 signing locations. 8 more dogskin copies of the treaty were eventually made. So the one at Paihia, at Waitangi, was made, remember, by Reverend Taylor, transferred from paper to dogskin on the night of the 5th, ready for the signing on the 6th. And the chief signed on dogskin. And there were 8 more copies of dogskin that were made, because it's obvious. It would have taken too long if you just had one copy on dogskin to go all around these locations. And of course, you're not talking about highways, you're talking about having to sail in a ship and then get all the chiefs to these locations. Not an easy job. But they did it. And so, in total, 9 copies were eventually made, the one at Waitangi plus 8 more. Each was an exact duplicate of Reverend Taylor's Waitangi the 6th February version. About 50 meetings were held from February to September 1840 to discuss and sign the copies. And a further 500 signatures were added to the treaty. Remember, 45 at Waitangi. And so roughly another 500 signatures were gathered in those 50 locations over that period from February to September. So we're talking about 7 months to gather all the signatures of all the chiefs. This is the most important document, I believe, now we have apart from the treaty in Maori, which is amazing, and which I want to honour, and which I want us to come back to, but this is the final English draft. It's called the Littlewood Draft. There's a photo of it there on the right-hand side of your screen. Now, the history of this is hugely interesting and hugely important. This was the final English draft from which the treaty in Maori was compiled. And we know that on the 20th of February, 1840, remember it was signed, treaty was signed on the 6th of February, so we're talking about 2 weeks later, Clendon, the US consul, made a copy of this final English draft, and he sent it to America in dispatch number 6. And every correspondence between Clendon and America had a dispatch number, and he fixed up some of the spelling mistakes that Busby had made. Remember, it was Busby who wrote this final English draft, and he Clendon fixed up some of the mistakes that Clendon had made and sent a copy to the US ambassador, John Forsyth, in America, US Secretary of State, in America. And then the next record we have of this document, this final English draft, on the 29th of March 1840, a US Antarctic explorer, Commodore Charles Wilkes, W-I-L-K-E-S, visited New Zealand on his way to Antarctica, and he wanted to know what was the legal status of this country, did it include Antarctica, and so on. And he requested from Clendon that Clendon give him a copy of the final English draft, which he did. Now, he delivered that, Clendon delivered it to Commodore Wilkes, and Commodore Wilkes was on the USS Niceens, a beautiful ship, and he delivered it to him on the 3rd of April. Now, on the 3rd of April, he sent that, Commodore Wilkes sent it to America with dispatch number 64, but he also wrote a copy of this final English draft into the ship's letterbook. So we have 3 copies now, the Clendon copy on the 20th of February, and the Commodore Wilkes copy, we could call it, on the 5th of April, and in the ship's letterbook. Now, from that point on, this document, it becomes a bit hazy what happened to it, but we know that there was a lawyer in Paihia called Henry Littlewood, and Littlewood was doing conveyancing work with Clendon. Conveyancing means buying and selling property. And of course, lawyers love all that, and so Clendon was hanging around like a seagull, wanting work. And we figured that what actually happened, well, we know what happened. Clendon gave this final English draft to his lawyer, Henry Littlewood, to store it away. And between the 1850s and 1989, it was lost. That's a long time. That's like 150 years for this document to go missing. Until 1989, when relatives of Henry Littlewood were cleaning out a house in Pukekohe, a deceased estate, and one of the people cleaning out a house opened a linen drawer, pulled out some sheets, and onto the floor with the pulling out of those sheets dropped an envelope, and written on the back of that envelope was the Treaty of Waitangi. They opened the envelope, and inside was this document, the final English draft. Well, the Littlewoods relatives knew it was valuable, and so they sent it off to their local MP, who said, you need to get that to Archives New Zealand. Lucky they took a photograph of it. Archives New Zealand took photos, and so we know it exists now. Nobody can destroy it. But what happened was Archives New Zealand gave it to the government. As soon as it got into government hands, they said, you need to put this away, keep it, keep it out of the public eye. And the reason for that was that it did not mention forests and fisheries, whereas the rogue James Freeman version does mention forests and fisheries, but this version does not. The Maori Treaty, the treaty in Maori, does not mention forests and fisheries, and this draft is a mirror image of the treaty in Maori, whereas the James Freeman version is not. There's massive differences between the James Freeman version and the Maori version. But there are virtually no differences between the treaty, this final English draft, and the treaty in Maori. In fact, there's only 2 differences. One is the date. The final English draft is dated the 4th of February, which is when it was compiled, finished. And the other difference is that The Maori Treaty has the 6th of February, which is when it was signed by the chiefs. And the only other difference is that in the Maori Treaty, in Article 3, they put in the word Maori in the last minute. And I'll tell you why they did that into Article 3. But apart from that, this final English draft is an absolute mirror image of the treaty in Maori. Of crucial importance is the final English draft. After making a copy to send to his superiors in the USA, and after Commodore Wilkes had sent his copy to the US, and logging a copy into his ship's letterbook, Clendon gave this final English draft to his lawyer, Henry Littlewood. It was lost until 1989, when it was found in the house of the relatives of Henry Littlewood in Pukekohe. For political reasons and under pressure from activists, this draft has been hidden away out of public sight. It matches the Maori version almost perfectly. It makes no mention of forests and fisheries. Well, why has it been hidden out of sight? Because all the forests and fisheries would have to be returned to the public domain if that came out, and if it was officially designated the final English draft of the Treaty of Waitangi. Which is why I want to get back to the treaty in Maori and to honour Tita Riti. Well, here's the preamble. Preamble is what was in the minds of the British. So let's go through this carefully. Her Majesty Victoria, Queen of England, in her gracious consideration for the chiefs and people of New Zealand. Grace means undeserved favour. So the Queen was going to treat Maori with undeserved favour. Remember, all the work that was being done here was being done by the British. It was their expenses, getting there, setting up, doing everything. And so the Queen said, we're going to be gracious to Maori, we're going to let them keep their land, we're going to get their free intelligent consent, we're going to buy their land from them, and we're going to make sure they agree to the prices. Nobody's going to be coerced into selling land, and so on. And we're going to set up government. We're going to bring peace and order where there was none. We're going to be a father to this nation where there was no parenting, only war. And so it went. And her desire to preserve them their land and to maintain peace and order amongst them, which is what I've just said, has been pleased to appoint an officer to treat with them for the cession of their sovereignty of their country and of the islands adjacent to the Queen. So there's the big thing the Queen wanted. She had to get sovereignty. She could do all these other things for Maori, but if she didn't get sovereignty, they were going to pull out. Seeing that already many of Her Majesty's subjects have already settled in the country and are constantly arriving, and that it's desirable for their protection as well as the protection of the natives, that's Maori, to establish a government among them. So she said, we're going to establish a government for their protection. Her Majesty has accordingly been pleased to appoint me, William Hobson, a captain of the Royal Navy, to be governor of such parts of New Zealand as may now or hereafter be ceded to Her Majesty. There it is again, sovereignty. The Queen had to have sovereignty. And proposes to the chiefs of the Confederation of United Tribes of New Zealand and the other chiefs to agree to the following articles. So that's the preamble. Twice in this preamble is the Queen expressing what she wanted, her bottom line, sovereignty. And of course, as you'd expect, the very first article, the most important article, was about sovereignty. Because that's their bottom line. The chiefs of the Confederation of United Tribes and the other chiefs who have not joined the Confederation cede to the Queen of England forever the entire sovereignty of their country. Well, cede means to give up or to give somebody control. Sovereignty means government or complete power to govern a country. Does this article teach, instruct, convey the idea that Maori would be self-determining, having their own government, or that the Queen entered into a partnership with Maori, yes or no? No. So, if we extrapolate out the word cede and sovereignty, this is how Article 1 reads. The chiefs of the Confederation of United Tribes and the other chiefs who have not joined the Confederation give up to the Queen of England forever the entire right to govern their country. It's pretty clear, isn't it, that the push by elite Maori today to take over the country, to set up their own government, like Waititi said, this is completely a massive breach of the treaty. So co-governance in Article 1, no, impossible interpretation, you just can't get that out of Article 1. Partnership, No, that's an impossible interpretation, just not possible. In fact, the very opposite. Who else agrees with me? Well, this is New Zealand's greatest Maori, Sir Rananata, and he was an MP in the 1920s and 30s. He got a Doctor of Literature. He had a law degree, got it in 2 years instead of 3. He was a very, very bright Maori, a wonderful Maori. And he was sometimes stepped in as the Deputy Prime Minister of the country. He was called the Father of the House. He was enormously popular. And Sir Rananata was troubled because Maori in the 1920s and 30s were troubled because they were saying we have no land. And they were also saying they wish they hadn't signed the Treaty of Waitangi and that they didn't cede sovereignty. And of course, Sir Rananata was very bright. He knew the treaty and he wrote a book called The Treaty of Waitangi, an explanation, which we have today. And so he went round all the maraes and he basically told Maori what the treaty really meant. And it's my belief that Maori were suffering from, and still today suffering from, what we call seller's remorse. They just regretted that they'd sold all this land, because the fact of the matter is that 93% of New Zealand was actually sold by Maori. That's a fact. It wasn't stolen. Some of it was confiscated, a lot of it because of rebellion, breaking the law, to help pay for the cost of putting down a rebellion, like the Kingitanga movement. But anyway, this is what Sir Rananata said to the Māori as he went round the maraes, because they were complaining. It was the first article of the treaty which transferred the chiefly authority of your ancestors, affecting you and future generations forever. In other words, he's saying you ceded sovereignty. Māori ceded sovereignty. The treaty made one law for Māori and Pākehā. If you think things are wrong and bad, then blame our ancestors who gave away their rights in the days when they were very powerful. He goes on to say, this was the transfer by the Maori chiefs to the Queen of England forever of the government of their lands. It is the absolute authority over the Maori people which the article transmits into the hands of the Queen and Parliamentary Council. The main purport was the transferring of the authority of the Maori chiefs for making laws to their respective tribes and sub-tribes under the Treaty of Waitangi to the Queen of England forever. In other words, according to Sir Rananata, Maori definitely ceded sovereignty. And he affirms that. Then I want you to notice Hugh Carfrew in 1989, the Kingpin Treaty Twister. He went to David Lange and said to David Lange, David, I wonder if I could just do a little thing here. I wonder if I could just sort of get into the minds of the chiefs on February the 6th, 1840 and sort of write out what I thought they might be thinking. Now, David Lange thought that was pretty harmless and he allowed it. But actually it was the most foolish thing he'd ever done, because it's led to unbelievable problems for this country with what happened after that. So in 1989, Hugh Carfrew was invited by the government of the day to attempt to reconstruct the literal translation of the treaty. He was a Maori, a tribunal member and a claimant. The conflicts of interest were large and glaring. Hard to believe this happened and was allowed, but it did. It's pretty much like letting the mongrel mob take control of the ports of Auckland. Labour's David Lange was the Prime Minister at the time. This is what he said. He got hold of the word sovereignty in Article 1 and he twisted it. The word sovereignty is a translation of the Maori word kawanatanga. A kawana is actually just the word for governor. Tanga is rulership or leadership. So it's the governor as a leader. This word had been in use for many years before 1840, and Maori would have been very familiar with it. For example, the 1835 Declaration of Independence, it was being used. But Carfrew maintained that Maori did not know what this word meant. He maintained that Maori did not cede sovereignty. This is nonsense. They knew this word meant sovereignty. How do we know? Well, we just examine the facts. What facts? First, we must look, as we have already done, to what the chiefs actually said on February the 5th and 6th, 1840, which were meticulously minuted by Colenso. Second, we must look at other historical documents and events. Well, what events? One of those events was the 1860 Kohimarama Conference. Now, Kohimarama is a suburb of Auckland. On At Komarama in 1860, 112 chiefs met for a month. At the end of the conference, they moved and passed a series of resolutions. They were unanimous that they ceded sovereignty to the Queen at Waitangi in 1840. This is the actual document that comes out of that conference, and it says this: the proceedings of the Komarama Conference, resolutions adopted by the conference on the 10th of August 1860, the chiefs having assembled at the conference hall, Paikea, arose and proposed the following resolution. Quote, that this conference takes cognizance of the fact that the several chiefs, members thereof, are pledged to each other to do nothing inconsistent with their declared recognition of the Queen's sovereignty and of the union of the two races. In other words, we're one people and we ceded sovereignty. Also to discontinuance all proceedings tending to a breach of the covenant, that's the treaty. So they're saying we're not going to do anything to breach the treaty. Here solemnly entered into by them, seconded by that chief. Resolution carried unanimously. You know what? That was 1860, and we're talking about Hugh Carferu coming up with his twistings in 1989. That's roughly 129 years later. And he comes along and he says, Maori never ceded sovereignty. I know more than the 112 chiefs. They got it wrong, but I'm right. And many of those 112 chiefs were also at Waitangi. But Carfrey said, I'm right, and you guys are all wrong. How can that be? Well, here's the most compelling evidence that Maori ceded sovereignty. It's the very existence of the treaty. You can really, even if you were to ignore what Saraparananara says, if you were to ignore the speeches of the chiefs in the tent, if you were to ignore the Komarama Conference, then this is the most compelling evidence. It's the very existence of the treaty. What do I mean? Well, remember the brief that Lord Normanby gave to Hobson? The impossibility of Her Majesty extending to them any effectual protection unless the Queen be acknowledged as the sovereign of their country. Remember that? Lord Normanby's instructions were crystal clear. He was definite. It was essentially get sovereignty for the Queen and for Britain completely and forever, or the deal is off. We are pulling out of New Zealand. No sovereignty, no treaty. No sovereignty, no deal. If you don't get sovereignty, don't bother going any further. Leave Maori to self-annihilate. Leave them to the French. We are out. The fact that the treaty exists and that Britain did not pull out of New Zealand but carried on tells us emphatically what really happened on February the 6th, 1840. Maori ceded sovereignty. And if you say that's not true, then the only conclusion you have is that the entire British contingent were absolutely duped and fooled. Saraparananara was wrong, and the chiefs and what they said in the tent were wrong. The Komarama chiefs were wrong. I don't think you can say that at all. Well, remember I told you that the signings were, the treaty was signed on 9 copies of dogskin from February to September 1840. Well, after September, this proclamation on the right-hand side of your screen there was put on, glued on fences and posts and in ports and everywhere. And this is what it said. This was a proclamation put out by the British government. The title is proclamation. It says, in the name of Her Majesty Victoria, Queen of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and of Ireland, by William Hobson, Esquire, a Captain of the Royal Navy, Lieutenant Governor of New Zealand. Whereas I have it in command from Her Majesty Queen Victoria through her Principal Secretary of State for the Colonies to assert on the grounds of discovery the sovereign rights of Her Majesty over the southern islands of New Zealand, commonly called the Middle Island, and Stewart Island, and the island commonly called the Northern Island, having been ceded in sovereignty to Her Majesty. Now therefore I, William Hobson, Lieutenant Governor of New Zealand, do hereby proclaim and declare to all men that from and after the date of these presents, the full sovereignty of the islands of New Zealand, extending from 30 degrees, 30 minutes, blah, 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 there's a whole lot of nautical language, vests in Her Majesty Queen Victoria, her heirs and successors forever. Signed, William Hobson, God Save the Queen, printed in Paihia by Colenso. Now, I want you to notice this. This was a proclamation published all around New Zealand after the Treaty of Waitangi was signed off by Maori chiefs. Would the British have been so deceitful, so foolish to publish this proclamation all over the country for all the chiefs to see in plain sight if it were not true? If the chiefs were not 100% on board with ceding sovereignty, do you think some of the chiefs would have kicked up a fuss and that would have been recorded? Oh, sure they would. There is not one shred of evidence, not one report anywhere, of any Maori chief objecting to this proclamation. What does this tell us? You know the answer. Maori ceded sovereignty. Kāwhari's interpretation of the treaty is at variance with historical fact, with Siraparana Nara, the opinions of all reputable scholars and academics, yet his interpretation is being used by the Waitangi Tribunal as the official correct interpretation, the basis of payouts and compensation. Well, let's go to Article 2. The Queen of England confirms and guarantees to the chiefs and the tribes and to all the people of New Zealand the possession of their lands, dwellings, and all their property. What that's really saying is that the British were saying to Maori, you know what, you've been warring for a long time, decades. When we take control of this country, we're going to make sure that your land, your dwellings, and your property are going to be safe. Nobody's going to be able to steal them from you and take them from you. Paul Moon, in his book, uses an amazing expression. Dr. Paul Moon, professor of history at AUT, he says that Maori were living in what he calls an atmosphere of unbearable anxiety. That is, that Maori never knew where, when, or at any time of day when another tribe was going to pour over the hill, come to them, kill them, eat them, or enslave them. And they were living in this atmosphere of unbearable anxiety. And so the British said, we're going to stop that. We're going to help you. We're going to get rid of your anxiety. We're going to protect your land, your dwellings, and your property. But the British wanted some things, but the chiefs of the Confederation of the United Tribes and the other chiefs grant to the Queen the exclusive right of purchasing such lands as the proprietors thereof may be disposed to sell. So this was the Queen coming through, the Christianized Queen. She said you're not to get any land off Maori unless they really want to sell. You get that? Not only that, so in other words, the free intelligent consent of the Maori. Not only that, but she said at such prices as may be agreed between them. So she's really saying that you're not to get any land off Maori unless they want to sell. And if they want to sell, they've got to agree to the price. Nothing could be fairer. And the person appointed by the Queen to purchase from them. Now, does this article teach, instruct, convey the idea that Maori would be self-determining, having their own government, or that the Queen entered into a partnership with Maori? The answer is no. Co-governance in Article 2, no, impossible. Partnership in Article 2, no, impossible. So there's two articles, and there's nothing in the first two articles of the treaty or the preamble about co-governance or partnership justifying those two concepts. There's another word that we have to discuss here. It's the word possession. It's the Maori word tino rangatiratanga. Now, Kāwhari twisted this as well. Kāwhari said the word possession, it comes from the Maori tino rangatiratanga, meant unqualified exercise of chieftainship. According to Kāwhari, the chiefs only ceded to the governor the right to govern settlers while they could carry on being chiefs. That is to say, the chiefs did not cede sovereignty. Tino rangatiratanga does not mean this. It simply means ownership. You read that with the word ownership and it makes total sense. The Queen of England confirms and guarantees to the chiefs and the tribes and to all the people of New Zealand the ownership of their lands, dwellings, and all their property. Ownership is right, Kāwhari is wrong. How do we know Kāwhari's interpretation of tino rangatiratanga is pure spin, the work of a con man? Well, the first reason is this. Kāwhari claimed the chiefs did not cede sovereignty. His interpretation glaringly, therefore, contradicts Lord Normanby's instruction where the Queen said you've got to get sovereignty, the treaty preamble which said you've got to get sovereignty, and Articles 1 and 3 which said you gave sovereignty, you gave up sovereignty. Lawyer Gary Judd, KC, he said this: in law there is what is called a contradiction principle. It's saying one thing and at the same time saying another, It's speaking out of both sides of one's mouth. In law, contradictions are impossible, so the treaty could not contain a contradiction, or it would be a nonsense, and therefore to be completely disregarded. So what he's saying is that in Article 1, Maori ceded sovereignty, but then in Article 2, they take it back. That's a massive contradiction. You can't do that, because then if you did that, then the whole treaty would be a nonsense. How do we know Kāwhari's interpretation of Tēnā Rangatira is pure spin, the work of a comma? Well, the second reason is this. The final English draft uses the word possession. If Hobson meant unqualified exercise of chieftainship, they would have used those words. Deliberately, they did not use those words. The third reason is that before the treaty, Maori life was characterized by war, cannibalism, infanticide, and slavery. After the treaty, historical evidence shows these behaviours dramatically ceased. Why? They had given up their chieftainship entirely and forever at Waitangi on February the 6th, 1840. The fourth reason, what applies to the chiefs and tribes also applies to all the people of New Zealand. Non-Maori people in New Zealand do not talk in terms of being chiefs over their land, their homes and their possessions. They talk simply in terms of owning them, which is precisely the right translation of this word. So Kāwhari's interpretation is not a natural fit in the context. Bruce Moon, arguably New Zealand's #1 treaty expert, he said this: "It is absurd to suggest that the first provision of the treaty having been for the cession of sovereignty, Hobson and his advisers would have contradicted themselves a few lines later to allow sovereignty to continue to reside with the chiefs." Another historian, Mike Butler, put it like this. He said, in a text with 11 footnotes, Kāwhari redefined key words to create a treaty in which chiefs only ceded to the governor the right to govern settlers while they could carry on being chiefs, which is nonsense. And then this guy here, who is Phil Parkinson, he was chief archivist for the Alexander Turnbull Library. He wrote this: Kāwhari's modern mistranslation of Tino Rangatiratanga as the unqualified exercise of chieftainship is not merely erroneous, but it's preposterous. Paul Moon, my friend, he put it like this. Paul Moon is Professor of History at AUT. He said this in an astonishing report issued in 2014. The Waitangi Tribunal claimed that Maori chiefs who signed the treaty agreed to share power and authority with Britain but did not cede sovereignty. Professor Paul Moon says the tribunal's conclusion was, quote, manifestly wrong. So you have all these top academics saying that Kāwhari's interpretation is off the wall. Nobody supports him, and yet it's being used by the Waitangi Tribunal as correct. So what does Tino Rangatiratanga mean? What does it actually mean? Well, I've got a copy of the 1840 Henry Williams Maori Dictionary of Maori Words. And Tino Rangatiratanga means chiefly status. Now, I want to ask you this. Before 1840, who was the only person in Maori society who owned anything? That's right. It was a chief. Now, when Hobson, Williams, Busby and Clendon and Colenso and Taylor, when they put this treaty together, they used Tino Rangatiratanga for a very specific reason, and a very beautiful reason. They were trying to convey to Maori that from February the 6th onwards, all Maori would have chiefly status with respect to land, dwellings and property. That means they could all own land. There was no hierarchical structure. Everybody was going to be equal. There was going to be equality with respect to land, dwellings and property. It's beautiful. So this is what it actually means. With respect to land, dwellings and property, all Maori would have chiefly status. That is to say, before the Treaty of Waitangi, only chiefs could own anything. By using Tino Rangatiratanga, Hobson, Busby and the Williams were wanting to convey the idea that all Maori could now own land, dwellings and property. It was a Christian concept. They were setting the captives free. Imagine what the slaves would have felt coming out of their cages and being set free to own land, dwellings and property. This interpretation fits neatly and easily with Article 3 of the treaty, where all Maori were given British citizenship. Crucially, this definition preserves perfectly the idea of ownership. It is also consistent with Article 3, which gave Maori British citizenship. All British citizens could own land, dwellings and property, and Maori could too. Here's the thing. Kafuru's interpretation creates another great contradiction in the treaty. How could the chiefs carry on being chiefs, which reverted all Maori back to pre-treaty status, where only chiefs could own anything, yet at the same time welcome with both arms all Maori receiving British citizenship in Article 3, which freed all Maori, slaves, women, everyone, to own land, British property and dwellings. In other words, Kafuru's interpretation just sets up this massive, another big contradiction. You can't do that. It can't possibly be right what he says. We can have one or the other, but you can't have both. You can, if you want to be British citizens, then we're all equal. We all can own land, dwellings and property. But if you want to be chiefs, only the chiefs can own anything. Well, it's completely not what the treaty says. What was his motivation? He was motivated by money, greed, lust for power and control. What were these guys motivated by when they used Tino Rangatiratanga? They were motivated by, they were determined to bring liberty and equality to all Maori. That was what was in their heart, these guys. It's a beautiful thing. Here's some example of some history-ignorant politicians. Sorry to do this to you. This is Jacinda Ardern, as you know, and she was asked by a newspaper reporter, what was the first article of the treaty? And she talks about it. And then the newspaper reporter says, what's the second article? And you'll notice here on her left, when I play this video, this is a video of her, is Willie Jackson, and he's giving her all the answers. And the answers that he gives come from Hugh Kafuru's fraudulent interpretation of the treaty. Just watch how this works.
Minister, Article 1 of the treaty, what does it say?
Oh, Article 1, on the spot. Ka Whangatanga, sorry, excuse me.
Article 2?
Look, Tino Rangatiratanga, I know the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi. I know our obligations. Of course, we are as a government trying to fulfil those, not just in...
And then she goes on to just spin, but she doesn't know what the treaty says. So here is Jacinda Ardern with Willie Jackson, the parrot, on her shoulder. Notice Willie Jackson, the parrot on the shoulder, had to give her the answers. Notice too, she did not quote the actual articles. She only quoted the words which Hugh Kafuru had fraudulently twisted. It's shameful for her at the time our Prime Minister to say in one breath the treaty is our founding document and the next not know what it says. I won't go over this lady, Marama Davidson, because she just goes on about Tino Rangatiratanga, meaning Maori being in control of their land, dwellings and everything, their property and their people and so on. She gives the fraudulent Hugh Kafuru interpretation as well, so let's not do that. Let's just keep moving. Marama Davidson is an example of a treaty history ignorant politician. She herself does not know what the treaty says. She knocks Chris Luxton, accusing him of being ignorant, but she herself is equally ignorant. This is a case of the blind leading the blind. This is how we've gotten into this co-governance disaster. All politicians ought to have compulsory history lessons. That's what's happening in our parliament. We've got politicians who are using fraudulent, wrong interpretations of the treaty as the basis of payouts and billions of dollars given out to Maori. Well, Article 2, there's one more word that we have to discuss here, and it's the word property. It's the word taonga, which is the Maori word, if it's translated, translates as property. Bruce Moon says this, the word has an interesting history. In 1820, while assisting Kendall and Lee of Cambridge in compiling the first Maori dictionary, Hongi Hika had defined it as property procured by the spear Teo. In an appeal for protection by 13 Ngāpuhi chiefs to King William in 1831, they said, quote, "We are a people without possessions. We have nothing but timber, flax, pork and potatoes." And their word for possession was taonga. Well, Hugh Kafuru, this is what he did. Let's be clear, the Maori word taonga means that which can be acquired by the spear. So when a tribe embarked on a raid to kill, eat and slave another, taonga was anything that could be seen with the eye in the immediate vicinity, animals, women, children, walkers, implements, tools. Visible booty, nothing more, nothing less. Kafuru fraudulently reinterpreted this word to mean treasures. anything Maori today in modern New Zealand treasure. Thus the floodgates of fraud and corruption opened. Forests, fisheries, oceans, all the water, the airwaves, Antarctica, and even space travel. How could these things be acquired by the spear? All Maori today need to do is say they treasure something and it's theirs via the treaty and the tribunal. What is this? It's fraud and corruption. Here's some examples. University of Canterbury Maori lecturer William Grant said New Zealand's space sector could benefit from greater policy discussion and mana whenua input. He pointed to light pollution as an issue that could disproportionately harm Indigenous people and risk future generations losing an access to an important repository of knowledge. What about this? The Crown signs over a quarter share of the 5G spectrum to Māori. In May, Communications Minister Jenny Anderson confirmed the working group would receive a quarter share of the 5G spectrum, that's worth billions of dollars, to manage on behalf of all Māori, as agreed in February 22 under what was described then as a historic agreement recognising Maori interest in the radio spectrum. How do you acquire the radio spectrum with the end of a spear? Come on. Then this one here, Maori may have been the first to reach Antarctica in the 7th century. Come on. The Maori Party have the Green Party have just launched a new initiative to return stolen land, revisit claims and redress. It's just more of the same. I won't go over this, but this is Michael Law's Water Rules Group has 50% mana whenua membership in South Otago. 50% of the leadership on the board, which governs all the water in South Otago, is now Maori. Michael Laws was one of the councillors who voted against this proposal. He said, "This is not just a sad day, but it's a mad day. It's simply undemocratic. It's woke madness." Council has inexplicably adopted 8 votes to 3, that's 8 votes in favour, 3 against, to operate according to co-governance principles. And Michael Laws says this is just undemocratic. Well, here's Article 3. We're on to the last one. Now, remember I told you that the only difference between the Littlewood final draft and the treaty in Maori was the date. One was the 4th, the other was the 6th, and the only other place where there's a difference is here, right here. The treaty writers put the word Maori right there, so it reads, "In return for the cession of their sovereignty to the Queen, the Maori people of New Zealand shall be protected by the Queen of England, and the rights and privileges of British subjects will be granted to them." In the treaty, which is the treaty in Maori, the word Maori was inserted by Henry Williams. Apart from the date, this is the only difference between the Littlewood final draft in English and Te Tiriti, the treaty in Maori. Does this article teach, instruct, convey the idea that Maori would be self-determining, having their own government? Yes or no? No. Or that the Queen entered into a partnership with Maori? No. Co-governance in Article 3, impossible. Partnership? No, impossible. So we're out. We're out of articles. The Treaty of Waitangi does not mandate co-governance or partnership. So what are we doing in this country saying they do? Here's what Winston Peters has to say. Does the treaty mean partnership? It is truly staggering that a claim of partnership for Maori is being made based on the Treaty of Waitangi when Queen Victoria was not in partnership with anyone in the UK or the British Empire on the day before the 6th of February or the day after. Judge Anthony Willey, retired District Court Judge and Canterbury University Law Lecturer Anthony Willey, noted that Maori and the Crown are not partners in any sense of the word. It is constitutionally impossible for the Crown to enter into partnership with any of its subjects. Former Labour Party Prime Minister David Lange said, "Did Queen Victoria for a moment think of forming a partnership with a number of signatures, a number of thumbprints and 500 people? Queen Victoria was not that sort of person. We can have a democratic form of government or we can have Indigenous sovereignty. They can't coexist and we can't have them both." I want to take you right back to the $55 million public interest journalism fund which we started with. Now that I've taken you through the treaty, I want you to notice this. Most of the media agencies of New Zealand have signed up to this fund, and look what they've been paid to do. They are being paid to promote the principles of partnership, that Maori and the Crown are in partnership through the Treaty of Waitangi. We've just proved that that's not true. Media agencies have been told that they must promote the idea that Maori never ceded sovereignty to Britain or any other state. Now, we've been through the treaty and proved that that's completely wrong. So I want you to think about this. How do you feel about the government paying media outlets to lie to you? About being deceived, about being brainwashed with false information, about being groomed for takeover. We now have a state-run media which is being paid to deceive Kiwis. That's so bad. Well, here are the facts. For 600 years, Maori did nothing to develop or improve New Zealand. Maori came here in 1250 AD about, and the British arrived in numbers about 1800. That's 600 years. Maori could have developed New Zealand, but they did not. In fact, the opposite. They drove many species to extinction and were self-annihilating. Then the colonials arrived, and through hard work, innovation, skill, and careful planning, they built the entire nation with all its infrastructure, laws, government, hospitals, schools, commerce, systems, everything you see today. To be fair, Maori were part of the building of New Zealand too, a big part. They provided vital labour. Now, once it's all set up, elite Maori are manoeuvring by stealth to steal the whole lot. What do we call this? It's the Great New Zealand Robbery. The fact is, British came to help Maori. I hope you've seen that tonight. In return, elite Maori are robbing the rest of us, including all non-elite Maori. Who says this? Sir Aparana said this. Let me acknowledge first that in the whole world, I doubt whether any native race has been so well treated by a European people as Maori. There it is from the greatest Maori that New Zealand's ever had. He's acknowledging that the British and the Europeans in this country have been very good to Maori. We've paid out billions of dollars. We've listened to their complaints for 200 years. And it goes on. It's like this. Here's an analogy. It's like a businessman sees someone in need and reaches out to help them. The businessman gives the person in need a job. The businessman wants the person in need to be able to feed his children and look after his family. He gives him hope and a fresh start in life. Then the businessman finds out that the guy he tried to help is stealing from him and his business. Not just stealing money from the till, but stealing his whole business. How would the businessman feel? This is exactly what is happening in New Zealand through co-governance. The elite Maori come back to this is this: you stole our land. Well, Dr. Muriel Newman writes this. She says tribes did not lose land. Tribes sold 24.13 million hectares of New Zealand's total land area of 26.8 million hectares for substantial amounts of money. Claims about land sales before 1840, about sales between 1840 and 1865, and sales through the Native Land Court are merely claims for more money for those old sales. I did a little bit of research. 24.13 as a percentage of 26.8 is 90%. So we could say that Maori had sold 90% of New Zealand by 1865. It's actually 93%. The conclusion we have to come to: the land we are compensating Maori for today has already been paid for. So we're paying twice, sometimes 3 or more times for the same piece of land. The other elite Maori comeback is this: you confiscated our land. Remember I told you about the Kingitanga movement in the 1860s? Well, Sir Aparana Ngata says this about confiscations of Maori land in our history. Some have said that these confiscations were wrong and that they contravened the articles of the Treaty of Waitangi. The government placed in the hands of the Queen of England the sovereignty and the authority to make laws. Some sections of the Maori people violated that authority. War arose from this and blood was spilled. The law came into operation and land was taken in payment. It was their own chiefs who ceded that right to the Queen. The confiscations cannot therefore be objected to in light of the treaty. There you go. That's the greatest leader in Maoridom telling Maori the truth about this issue. Historian Bruce Moon would back up Sir Aparananata when he says this: loud assertions today that land was stolen or dispossessed are hypocrisy and mockery of the truth. So let's wrap it up. This guy should get an OBE. This guy should be Sir John Robinson. I think he's been an absolute Trojan horse for New Zealand. He's never recognised, but he's done so much work to help the country. He says this: many of the activists and iwi leaders intend a totally dual government system which separates Maori and non-Maori houses of parliament, and a Maori veto on all legislation. A Maori veto on all legislation means private tribal companies have the final say on everything that goes on in New Zealand, on what laws and legislation are passed and accepted in both houses of parliament. Dr. Robinson goes on to say the words in the He Puapua report insist that power, full authority, must go to Maori. There's the reference. He also goes on to say the proposal of Mai Tiki Mai Aotearoa gives the iwi leadership around 3/4 of the power to rule the entire country, together with a veto in the joint sphere, the other quarter. Everyone else will be disenfranchised. Disenfranchised means you lose all your rights. This is a blueprint for the complete rule of New Zealand by a determined minority. We're talking about an absolutely tiny minority. This is not all Maori. This is perhaps 1% of all Maoridom. Probably 0.5% who were determined to take over the whole country. So here's the conclusion. A tribal raid is in progress in New Zealand. Please don't be naive and easily fooled. Co-governance is not about co-governance. Co-governance is code for the takeover of New Zealand by tribal companies and their representatives, the end of democracy, the installation of apartheid and separatism into everyday life, the final end game being the installation of full-blown tribal rule. Tribal representatives have openly stated, with documents in the public domain, that they want to be in complete control of New Zealand by 2040. If we don't stop co-governance, New Zealand is headed to becoming the Zimbabwe of the South Pacific. Now, are you happy about that? Are you okay about that? Well, I'm not. So what are we going to do? Here's the plan of action. If I was the Prime Minister, I would repeal all race-based legislation. I would launch a Royal Commission to investigate a trail of Treaty of Waitangi fraud and corruption. I want you to vote for the party which is going to completely outlaw co-governance, not just tinker with it, rearranging the deck chairs. I would want the abolition of the Maori seats. The Royal Commission on Electoral Reform recommended the Maori seats be scrapped long ago, but they're still going. Maori are already overrepresented in Parliament. 25% of parliamentarians in government are Maori, when the Maori population is only 14% of New Zealand, so they're already overrepresented. Those Maori seats must go. By the way, with Maori seats, you need to know that for every 33,000 people on the Maori roll, they get a new Maori electoral seat. So if Maori were able to get 1 million people on the Maori roll, they could have a block of MPs as big as National or Labour. And in 1974, the law was changed so that all you need to do to be a Maori is self-identify. In other words, you actually don't have to have any Maori blood at all. You just have to self-identify, they call it. So many white, woke people could get on the Maori roll. That's why they need to be abolished. We want to stage a peaceful rallies in all the cities and towns prior to the election. We'll all take to the streets on the same day and time, likely a Sunday at 3 p.m. It's actually the 17th of February at 2 p.m. We're all taking to the streets in our own cities. We're not all coming to Auckland. We're going to do it in our own cities and towns. We need to stop co-governance marches against co-governance, to stop apartheid, to stop the destruction of democracy, and to stop racial division, to stop racism. Only a show of solidarity will force our politicians into solid policy legislative commitments to outlaw co-governance. See, many people have come to me and said, oh, you know, it's going to be great when Labour, the Greens and the Maori Party are out. But okay, so what if National and ACT and New Zealand First become the new government? Well, what's going to happen to the Maori Party, the Labour Party, and the Greens? They're just going to go away and regroup for 3, 6 or 9 years. And they'll get ready for when they get back in, and all this will be pedal to the metal. It'll be on turbo. And we'll be back into co-governance. And they will steadily work towards taking over the country by 2040. Mr. Luxon has not woken up to this. Mr. Seymour has not woken up to this. Votes speak most loudly, so only a visible demonstration of voter abhorrence to co-governance will affect real political change. Sign up for our website. And if you know the leaders of these big parties, I want you to really lobby them to completely get rid of co-governance. Many parties are doing better than others, but really none of them are talking just yet about expunging, E-X-P-U-N-G-E-S. That means completely get rid of co-governance. Co-governance is like a cancer in a body. You don't leave some of it there, you've got to get rid of the whole lot. New Zealand needs to go into co-governance remission completely. So, please donate to what we're doing. You can help us. Give generously. It costs a lot of money to put these events on and to do what we're doing. We are totally dependent upon donations. Our team will be at the door. No, we won't. Haha. To receive your donation as you leave. No, we're not going to be at the door. This is really for a live event. Sorry about that. But you can donate to that bank account. So I'm just going to leave that up for a little bit so that you can write down that number. And you can donate on our website, or you can donate through that bank account. If you could do that, that would be fantastic. So I want to just say thank you for coming to this live presentation in Auckland. The first one we've done live. We're going to get better. Some things we're going to improve. But thank you for coming and for tuning in. And please ask questions. Write to me. We're totally committed to restoring democracy, to honouring the treaty in Maori, to honouring Saraparana Nara, and to restoring New Zealand to becoming a beautiful country. Thank you so much and good night.